Aha! Welcome to the first of the 2022 All Things 80s Christmas parties. So, in a few minutes, I will post the link. So, if anyone wants to come in and join the stream, anyone, and I mean everyone, is more than welcome. But as we continue with the show, oh, there's someone at the doorbell. Who could that be? It's Monkey Boy's Toys.
Hello.
Hello.
Season's greetings, everyone, and cheers.
Yeah. Oh, cheers. Yes, I have the traditional pint glass because I did have that in the thumbnail, so I thought it's only right that I do have this with me. Now, anyone that saw the stream 2 days ago would have seen me drinking Christmas ale. Well, that's the last time I'll be drinking Christmas ale. I ended up absolutely hammered, stinking hangover yesterday. That stuff is just way too strong for me. So I've got some cheap American light beer here. And once that's done, we have some wonderful apple Jack Daniels.
Nice.
What are you drinking there, Monkey Boy?
I've got sherry again today.
Oh, excellent. Good choice.
I've got sherry in my Jack Daniels glass, but it is sherry.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I stopped by liquor store today to pick up the sherry for the Christmas trifle, and they only had this absolutely enormous bottle. It was only $14. I thought, give me that. So I brought it home. Sadly, it's got a horrible big screw top. We discussed that the other night. It should really be a cork, but it's a screw top. However, I took a quick swig, and my God, that stuff is delicious. Fantastic. So I'll get these chats out the way, and I'll post the link in a few minutes. Michael,
I will be. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I am following the chat, but my tablet is running about 12 seconds behind, so I've got a bit of a lag. So my apologies if I don't get to remove anything.
It's okay. But Michael says,
"Hi, Dean." We'll be following.
Yeah, this is good timing for him. He just finished work for the year. Excellent.
Oh, nice one, Michael.
Blake, good to see you.
Good evening, sir.
Law. Oh, it's Christmas. Yes, it is.
Auckland's Law. Hello.
Jack asked how Thailand was fantastic. It really was. And I can't wait to get back, which might be quite soon. Don't know yet. Like again, Merry Christmas, Dean, Monkey Boy, and everyone in the chat. Yes, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Hi, Dean and Monkey. No drink for me tonight. Gutted. Going to be up for work at 4:30 a.m. Wow. Ooh. That's an early start. So let me see if I can post this link. And if this works, there it is there. And I think I can possibly pin this. Oh, no, I've got the option to put myself in a timeout or to block myself. That's not good. I will post the link frequently. Just to give people a chance to come on. But the link is there. I'm seeing it on YouTube. That's all good and well. Now, as this is a Christmas party, I was having a few flashbacks to Christmas in the 80s. And a couple of things came to mind. One was the primary school Christmas parties where they would have our mothers bake little fairy cakes or make sandwiches or sausage rolls, and you would be assigned a food type. And then you would come into school with your little plastic Tupperware box, give it to the teacher, and then the teachers would put together these little plates for us. If I remember rightly, it'd be like a couple of little triangular sandwiches, a couple of sausage rolls, fairy cake. And in my school, what was quite popular was you would take cornflakes, melted chocolate and raisins, mix it all together, put it in a little those paper, waxy paper.
Yeah.
What do you call these things?
Cupcake cases.
Cupcake cases. So we get these nice little plates and we'd all sit round and eat. But my memory of those Christmas parties was that everyone put on their best clothes. So the boys would have their nice corduroy slacks on, a nice shirt, and in some cases, a clip-on bow tie. And the girls would get their hair done, which primarily meant the crimping iron would make their hair all wavy, and they would put on like little girls' sparkly makeup. Everyone looked so nice, and it was all great fun and games. But I'm assuming my primary school was pretty much the same as everyone else's. So please do let me know if that brings back any memories. Oh, there it is. Ben is here.
We had a similar thing. Hey, B.
Yeah. Christmas starts here, peeps, as always. Yes. Long time sub, first time commenting. Love the channel and these Christmas streams. Well, thank you for commenting.
Thanks, G.
Hello, Dina Monkey Boy. Hello to you.
Hello, sir.
We had a big Christmas cookie sale at school. Yes. And they would have those, I guess, were they called school fetes? Where there would be like a lot of home baking for sale. And I guess like cups of orange juice for 10p. And yeah. Although I was talking with a friend a while back talking about these Christmas, well, not necessarily Christmas fairs, but school fairs in general. And I remember one, they set up a Smash the Crockery stall.
Yeah.
But thinking back, highly dangerous, because we were throwing golf balls at various plates and bowls and things, and there's shards of china flying everywhere. Not a safety goggle in sight. Wonderful time.
Yeah, I used to love that Smash the Crockery. Yeah. Oh, that was brilliant.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
Crispy cakes. Yeah, the other one, I think, where you would melt Mars bars and pour in Rice Krispies, mix that up, put that in the cupcake case and let that set. That was always a popular one at my school as well.
It's interesting that you said about the raisins in the cornflake cake, because we never had the raisins. I've never come across that before. Just the normal cornflakes.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. I guess we were quite sophisticated then. Because, actually, because I do like a chocolate-covered raisin, so for me it was wonderful. Although the only thing was, though, quite often the roof of your mouth would get cut, because once the chocolate set on the cornflake, that thing was rock hard.
Yeah.
You take a bite into that and scratching the roof of your mouth. Nick says, just been watching your Xmas streams from last year in anticipation for this one. Thank you. Hello to you, Monkey Boy, and all the rest from Brum. Okay,
hello.
Great to see you. Luke is here. Evening, chaps. Great to see you.
Luke,
absolutely. Again, the link is posted. I don't know how to pin it. I wonder if I can do it from YouTube. Let me just quickly try and find out. Yes, I can. So the link is now pinned, apparently.
Yep.
It is?
I see that. Yep.
Wow, excellent. So that does work. Okay, so anyone that wants to jump on, there is the link. Steve, 7 Deadly Chins. Okay, I've only got 3, but you've got 7. We made a beautiful embroidery frosted gingerbread cookie. Oh, yeah. The other one I remember at primary school was when they took those, I guess they were called doilies, those sort of quite elaborate cut paper circles that had little designs, but we would fold it over like 3 times and then just snip away with the scissors. And when you opened it up, it became a snowflake. And we used to stick them on the primary school windows. A lot of fun. Mutron 78, junior school Christmas assembly, watching Watership Down, how the times have changed.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's quite cruel to subject children to Watership Down, because it's quite an alarming cartoon, really.
Yeah, it was. Neil says, I remember our primary school Christmas parties. I remember the teachers would wear their non-school clothes, which I always found freaky. Yeah, that's right. And we always had the few games. There was musical chairs, pass the parcel.
Mm-hmm.
It was always a lot of fun. And then they would have dancing. And I remember quite vividly, it would have been for me primary 4, and we all got to bring in a cassette, and we got to play one song each for the whole class. And I brought in Motorhead's Iron Fist. And so that was played, and all the boys were headbanging, and to the point where some felt quite sick afterwards and couldn't eat their Christmas plate afterwards.
Oh.
Yeah. Left for Dead Fit says chocolate Rice Crisp cakes and also chocolate cornflake cakes. It was like eating razor blades. Yeah, exactly. That's what it felt like. And he's saying, good evening to Luke. Excellent. Evening, everyone. We always had to make decorations at school. The smell of PVA still reminds me of Christmas. Yes. And we had those strips of colored paper that were sticky, like basically like postage stamps. And you could lick one side and stick it to the other, and we'd make these paper chains that they would hang from the classroom wall. I quite vividly remember.
Yeah, they were good.
Oh, excellent! So Coglan Law is a primary teacher, and he still does the snowflakes. Fantastic. Do they still have the tissue paper at school? That coloured, very thin tissue paper that I remember. This is more probably Halloween, to be honest, but we would make our Halloween face, whether it be a cat or a pumpkin, and then cut out the eyes and stick that tissue paper behind the eyes. And then when you stuck that on the window, it would look like the eyes were glowing. Don't know if that rings any bells. Oops. Yeah, nothing celebrates the holiday spirit like rabbits tinning each other to bloody ribbons. Duran. Yes. Well, if I remember rightly, this would have been the year before I got into Duran. So probably the chances are the following Christmas party, I would have brought in the Seven and the Ragged Tiger cassette. Neil says, Motorhead, that's cool. Yeah. Well, we thought it was cool. The teacher didn't seem to approve, but hi, Dean. Just up to say hello and everyone cheers. Okay, thanks, Alex. Did you ever get sent to the office? Yes, I did. Very pathetic story, really. What happened was we had set times to go into the lunch hall to get lunch. And for whatever reason, my class was lined up outside and someone misbehaved. And the teacher said, that's it. You're going to wait till the end to get in for lunch. And I thought, well, bugger that. So I took myself out to the little shop just up the street, got myself a sausage roll, can of juice, and sort of drank that behind what we called, I think, we had an extra building, like it was like a semi-permanent erection put up to house a couple of classes. So I ate my sausage roll behind that, thought I was the king, came back, played as we did, then back into class, and then lo and behold, head teacher drags me out to ask why I left the school premises. Of course, letter home and all that good stuff.
Well, explaining to your parents that you'd been found lurking behind a semi-permanent erection.
Oh, yeah, very embarrassing. Mark says, hi, Dean. We always watched Dot and the Kangaroo, Watership Down and Lion Witch in the Wardrobe, the cartoon version on the last day of school before Christmas. But yeah, I remember the last day of school before any holiday, in fact, was we got to bring in toys and games. And that was probably one of the best days of the school year, actually. We were allowed to bring in toys on the last day of Christmas term. Great Star Wars memories, looking at all the other toys you didn't have. Exactly. And that's, I said this before, probably last year. That was where I played the test match game and realized that that was one of the best games ever made that I didn't actually own. Another one was, it would have been Primary 4. And we brought in our Star Wars figures. And I had my TIE fighter pilot, another kid had his TIE fighter pilot, and somehow they got mixed up. And and this is the honest truth, by the way, the teacher said, well, which one belongs to which boy? And I said, it's easy to tell. She says, how? I says, let me smell them. And I smelled them, and mine had that distinctive smell. His did not. Ergo, that was my TIE fighter pilot.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, we still use crepe paper. We're using it today. Bloody nightmare to clean up and combine with the glue. Yeah, that's right. Remember that white PVA glue? And if I remember rightly, we'd almost purposely paint it on ourselves to then give the impression that our skin was falling off.
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to paint it on the back of my hand, wait till it dried, and then drag a line in it with a paper clip, and then colour it in with red felt tip pens, so it looked like a wound.
Yeah. The other one I'm just reminded of was we used to have those badges we would wear, and you could just take the pin of the badge and just go on the sort of most upper level of skin and put the badge through your finger.
Yeah.
Pretend that it had gone right through your finger. Yeah. Jack says, paper towels law. Stick a wet paper towel in anything and it will heal it. Yeah. Yo, Left 4 Dead. Hello there. Can't stay tonight, but thought I would drop in. Well, thank you. It's nice of you to stop by. Bring a toy to school at Christmas. Yeah, I remember that fondly, although it normally meant broken Transformers or missing He-Man toys.
Yeah, definitely. I remember one year I took in my Skeletor and my He-Man, and for some reason I was playing with it at lunchtime, and for some reason I put the He-Man down and ran off to do something and completely forgot about it. And when I came back, it was gone. I never saw that He-Man again.
Oh boy. Yeah, I was always wary of bringing in like really good stuff because I knew that it would either get not necessarily stolen, but lost or broken by some other clumsy kid. It was like one time, I remember, this wasn't necessarily the end of term, but my mum had got me these scented felt tip pens that were all fruit flavor. So the green pen was lime, red was strawberry, yellow was banana. They smelled fantastic.
I remember those.
And it got to the point where everyone was asking to smell my pens. And I couldn't take it anymore. So that's it. No one else is getting to sniff my pens. And one girl took exception, began crying. Teacher says, what's going on here? Dean won't let me sniff his pens. So teacher, Dean, let her sniff your pens. Absolutely ridiculous, but yeah. Hello there. Looking forward to the live stream. Merry Christmas to everyone here. Awesome. Thank you, Bearded Geek. I lost a Frostbite figure by bringing it into school. Yeah, I think a lot of toys were lost. In fact, a friend of mine I still chat with, he actually had the original Luke Skywalker Stormtrooper disguise figure. But his younger brother was quite a bit younger. And obviously, by this point, Derek was no longer playing with the toys, so let his brother play with the old Star Wars figure. So his brother took Luke Stormtrooper to school and managed to get Luke's Stormtrooper helmet stuck up one of the drain pipes. And when he went home, told his brother. So his brother went back with all manner of tools, trying to scrape this little plastic helmet out of this drain pipe.
Did he get it back?
I think so. Eventually, yeah. So Mutron, his Megatron was broken within 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's probably. I'm going to say it. It's probably my least favorite Transformer for a number of reasons. But yeah, that is very much a figure that is prone to breakage, especially with nasty little kids handling it at the last day of term. Johnny Stratos, Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm glad to be here and glad you're all here. Well, we're glad you're here as well. Johnny's drinking Budweiser. Well, I've had a few of these. It's Coors Light. Like I said, I'm not doing that strong stuff again. That was absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure Monkey Boy will attest that by the end of the stream, I'm sure it was slurring, and yesterday's hangover was just ridiculous.
Although I did discover that if you add Coors Light, because I was drinking Coors Light after the stream as well, and I've discovered that if you add Coors Light to sherry, it is delicious.
Oh, wow. I could imagine.
Yeah. Really nice.
Can anyone remember their first Star Wars figure? Mine was the Emperor Royal Guard, not my choice. Well, you see, I've got it narrowed down to two. I think I've said this before. You know what? It may well have been at the same time. I don't know, but Darth Vader and the Hoth Stormtrooper were my first two figures. I don't know what order they came in. It's quite possible they came simultaneously. I don't know, but definitely those two were my first. And of course, as you could imagine, those were the first two to lose their capes, their rifle, and lightsaber. So by the time we got to like 1983, when I had a really decent collection, those two always bothered me because they didn't have their accessories.
Yeah. No, my first one was Farm Boy Luke, with the tattooing, the white robe
yeah,
one.
yeah,
And when I got him, I hadn't actually seen Star Wars at that point.
right,
So I didn't know what it related to. To me, it was
yeah,
just an action figure.
yeah.
And it was only a little later that I actually saw Star Wars.
Well, yeah, I was the exact same. So I got mine in 1980 at the Phoenix department store in Newcastle. That I know that much. Had not seen Star Wars. I probably didn't even know what Star Wars was, to be honest. But I liked the
Yeah,
figures. And then from looking at the card backs and those images, I thought, wow, this looks interesting. And then, of course, Star Wars was finally broadcast on TV. So, the rest is
yeah,
history. So
yeah.
Coughlin's Law, he lost his small head hand. Wow.
Oh,
Uh, it's always a highlight of the season to see your decorations, Dean. Oh, thank you. Thanks for another great year of. Oh, thank you so much. Lost him. I replaced it with a big head hand, but never really liked that. I actually only had the big head hand as a kid. I didn't even know about the small head until years and years later.
and what was it with those figures? Was it was the big head Han a normal size head, if that makes sense, and the small one was the oddity, or was the small one the correct size and the big one was the oddity?
Oh, it's like, I think the big one is too big
Right.
for the body. But now I'm trying to think though, was the small head too small, which is why they made it a big head, but they may have made it too big. I don't
They
know.
overcompensated.
Yeah.
Ah,
Did I get that comment there? Yeah, yeah. And first Star Wars figure was a Stormtrooper and R2D2. Nice. Uh, was Luke Farm Boy. Excellent.
yeah.
Uh, the video I want to see most from the 88 channel is your full Kenner Star Wars collection on display. It needs to happen. Actually, I'm planning to do a video where I assess my Star Wars figures to see if anything could be upgraded, because I've not looked at it since completing the collection probably over a year ago. It's all been stashed away. It's in very many locations right now. I need to get it all together and do a video looking at it and seeing what's good and what could possibly be upgraded, because there are one or two that have flaws that I'm not happy with. So
Mhm.
yeah, we can do that. But also as well, hopefully this time next year I will be in a place where it will be on display. I hope. I bought a lot of my toys at that branch of Phoenix, yeah. Because I think I've mentioned this. I had an aunt, well, my dad's aunt and uncle lived in Newcastle, so we'd visit quite frequently. So a lot of my toys did come from Phoenix. Oh, chat has jumped. My first was C3PO, no accessories, and when I took him to school, I got the piss taken out of me. Thanks, Mum. Well,
Oh.
it would have been worse had it been a Princess Leia figure, because at my school, oh boy, you could not have a girl figure in your collection. You would be mocked for that. Ben's first figure was a TIE fighter pilot. Still have him, but he only has one arm now. Wow. But a
Oh.
great choice for the first figure, though, Ben. The small head one was more like Han Bespin. The big head one basically had more hair. It was a bit Bon Jovi, yeah. I was playing with my best friend Star Wars in 1981, but I didn't ask for any figures until I went to watch Empire and Jedi. That's how I ended up with the Royal Guard. Okay. Yeah, because by the time Jedi came out, the figures were just everywhere.
Yeah.
I remember taping Star Wars on its premiere on ITV on a Sunday night in October 82. It got nearly 18 million viewers. Yeah, that's where I would have seen it for the first time, 82.
Yeah.
So I actually, I said this before very quickly. I saw the films in the wrong order. I saw Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, then Empire Strikes Back. So for me, the story made no great sense. I just loved the toys.
Mm.
Have you ordered the Speeder 9000? Not yet, but it's definitely something that I'm looking at. It looks fantastic.
What's that?
Everything. It's like a mini rig that was never released, and it appears very briefly in the first Star Wars movie when Luke and Obi-Wan Kenobi go into the cantina. It's this like sort of spherical type ship.
Oh, cool.
It's almost like a blink and you'll miss it type thing, but yeah, it is in the movie though.
Ah.
First Star Wars figure was R2D2 in '78 from W.H. Smith's. Excellent. Still have all my original figures in a custom cabinet. That is how it should be done. Yes. I used to go and see Santa at Phoenix as a kid. Nice. Now, I should mention as well that for this show, I have a couple of segments lined up, but to keep it somewhat consistent, I did pick 1 year from the decade to look at that particular year. And just to show you what it's going to be, I did film myself picking. So here's the year we will look at. $1983.
1983.
Yeah. So we're going to have obviously the toys that were available that year, and then we're going to compare what was shown on TV on Christmas Day on BBC One versus ITV. Because I always thought, well, I think as a kid, I have most memories of BBC One being on Christmas Day. But as we all know, ITV had the best movies, but we'll get to that. And again, this is an open casting call. The link is posted. If anyone wants to jump on, please feel free to do so. It is a party after all.
Join us.
Michael got a free indoor hand from Santa and Phoenix. Wow, that's a nice gift.
Mm-hmm.
I really only have one memory of visiting Santa's grotto, and that was in our local co-op. And I do remember getting the gift, and it was just like a little tiny plastic train set, but the train was about an inch long, and the track was barely this size. But it was, as a kid, it was nice. I watched Empire and Jedi back to back in Tamworth, UK, when Jedi was released in '83. Wow. Yeah.
Nice. I remember going to the cinema to watch Jedi when it came out. I went with my mum, and I cried at the end when Darth Vader died.
Well, I saw it in the cinema because it was a friend's birthday party, and part of the event was to go see Return of the Jedi. So, having not seen Empire Strikes Back, I couldn't quite fathom why Han Solo was frozen in carbonite. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And then I couldn't understand who this little green character was. So.
Did you figure out that Darth Vader was Luke's father? Did that, or did that not factor in?
Well, no, I knew that because everyone in the playground told me.
Right.
Everyone seemed to know it. But again, though, when I was that age, it wasn't so much the story; it was the action that was of most importance to me. So,
yeah,
I was happy to see lightsabers and blasters all doing all their stuff.
Yeah.
83 is when I first watched Star Wars on TV. This led to Empire on pirate video and seeing Jedi in the cinema. Well, in actual fact, though, I think my mum thought she was letting me see Empire way in advance. The reason being, she rented a video for me from the local video store, and she brought it home. She said, "Oh, I've got Empire Strikes Back for you." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm so happy." And I think the neighbor kid came over, and we sat down to watch Empire Strikes Back on VHS. Turns out it was the making of Empire Strikes Back, hosted by Mark Hamill. So that was a real bummer because we're seeing scenes being filmed that we have no idea, what's going on, and it's probably only like a 30 or 40-minute film anyway. So yeah, it was a bit of a shame, but I'm just waiting. Honest to God, anyone that wants to come on, please do, because once I start looking at things, it's going to be hard for me to keep track of anyone waiting. So we'll give it, say, 5 minutes, and then we can jump into things. I guess we'll look at the TV first because we'll keep the toys till the end because that's probably what most people want to see. But for me, the TV is very interesting. especially because the website I'm going to access has the Christmas listings for like every year going back to the creation of television. And they do have the most up-to-date listings. Having had a quick peek at what a lot of garbage that is that's shown these days.
Mm-hmm.
Just terrible stuff. But yeah, and the funny thing is, some of these listings do actually show the week prior to Christmas, and you could see what was shown during the school holidays in the mornings. And some of those classic kids shows, then again, as a kid, I think most of us would get up out of bed early because we're just so full of energy. But I would remember being so full of energy, I would get up, get ready, play for an hour, and then start watching kids' TV for like an hour, and then go back to playing again. So I used to love watching. It was children's BBC I mostly watched, but I did watch a lot of the Wide Awake Club and Timmy Mallet and all those guys.
Yeah, I used to like that.
Yeah, and I always remember there was one year, I'm going to guess like 84, 85, where it would have been the Wide Awake Club or Wackaday, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it happened to be December 24th. And Timmy Mallet said, listen, kids, this is going to be the longest feeling day of the year. And it made complete sense because as kids, we couldn't wait for Santa to come and give us new toys and things.
Yeah.
And it did seem like Christmas would never come. But now as I get older, I dread that lead up because once Christmas comes, then it's over and that's it. That's it for a whole year again. But as kids, we were very impatient, I guess. Christmas '83 was a bonanza of Star Wars videos. Yeah, I mean, Christmas '83 was my big Star Wars Christmas. And sadly, though, for me, the fun of Star Wars waned off by the summer of '84. So that's when I discovered Action Force. This is the best channel for reminiscing. Brings back memories like no other. Oh, thank you, Michael. Oops. Bonanza of Star Wars toys. Okay, yeah, it was. That was the big year for Star Wars, without question. It was just everywhere. Although, I think I've said this before, but whilst '83 was my big Star Wars year, had I had my way, it would not have been, because all through '83, I was all fully in on Star Wars. And I knew I wanted Star Wars for Christmas. But round about November, a friend of mine got a Commodore 64 and showed me the games he could play. And I was like, oh my God, I like this. So I said to my mom, okay, I've changed my mind. I don't want Star Wars toys. I want a Commodore 64. She said, well, too bad. Santa is bringing you Star Wars toys. So that was that. So as it is, I got the Star Wars toys, and I never did have a home computer, believe it or not.
Oh.
Never. Very sad. Ken is here. Hi, Ken. Hey, Dean. Hey, happy holidays. Yes, same to you.
Hello.
Johnny says, things like this are great for me. I have no family left, so that you for this. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
Me too, Johnny. Me too, mate. Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Vintage Toy Theatre. Hello. Are you still thinking about heading down to Graceland for the holiday? Well, not this year. No, but I did discuss it with some of the Thai family and friends over there, and I did say, look, if we ever get a chance, we should all go to Graceland at Christmas just to experience it. So, I don't know, maybe a year or two. But I do like how at Christmas time they changed the blue curtains for the red curtains in the living room. It looks fantastic, and the old-fashioned Christmas tree it's like a white tree with the red balls and lights. It looks amazing. I was obsessed with boxing and Rocky 3. I rented it out every week for months during '85. Would have made sense for my parents just to buy the damn film for Christmas. Yeah. Was thinking of jumping in tonight, but I'm a bit rough and tucked in bed, which no one needs to see. Well, Ben,
jump in anyway.
You can jump in. You don't have to activate the camera. It can be audio only. A lot of people seem to do that on live streams. You just have a
remember my first stream with Dean. I was in bed, so there's no excuses.
Yeah. Really enjoying the party and memories. My first Star Wars figures were brought from a friend who was selling them. I'd save my pocket money and do jobs around the house to earn extra and buy more. That was great. Yeah, nice. Rocky 3, sorry for typing. No, I understand. Born in 81, so late to the Star Wars party, but 85, 86 were Bonanza Xmas for me because everything was on clearance. I'm sure that made my parents happy too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I still remember distinctly seeing the last 17 for sale in my local RS McCall's for like 50p.
Man.
And not even being interested at 50p.
Oh.
Because by 85, I was that was Transformers. So that's very sad. Although I'm pretty sure every person is kicking themselves having passed up all these toys when they were kids, because as kids we had very distinct tastes. So when Star Wars was in, I was all in. But once Star Wars was out, I was completely out. Didn't even give it a second glance. And was straight into Action Force, then Transformers, then Mask. I feel sorry for kids now, all about iPhones, tablets, consoles. Has the art of playing with toys gone after the age of 5 nowadays? It does seem that way, actually.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah.
It is quite sad. And I still maintain that the 80s were the best decade for the fact that, okay, the 70s had some amazing toys, but there was basically no technology. Whereas the 80s still had great toys, and it had enough technology to make it interesting, but not so interesting that we didn't want to play with toys. And then after the 80s, into the 90s and the 2000s, the technology was so good, there was no reason for kids to play with toys.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, once the console started being developed, it was game over for action figures, really.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I still do have my Astro Wars video game that is absolutely basic, but at the time it was revolutionary. But it wasn't so amazing that it kept me indoors for the whole day. I would play with it for a bit, put it away, go outside and play, come back in, give it another quick shot, go back out again. Whereas kids, I guess, are just glued to their phones these days.
Yeah.
Christmas 83, I was in the last year of junior school. Many happy days hunting for Star Wars figures in the most random of shops, as they were everywhere. Yes, they were. And that's what I mean, I think we've established that I lived in a town. I was still kind of, obviously, I think I've discussed this somewhere before, that it used to be that a city, if it had a cathedral, that was a city. And then you had town, and then you had village. And I think I sat in the middle, so it was like a town, but I was able to buy Star Wars from the co-op, like upstairs. So they had the supermarket downstairs. Upstairs had everything. They had underwear, school uniform, paint, furniture, and toys. And that's where I got a number of my Star Wars figures. But also the R.S. McCall newsagent had one of those stands that would rotate, and they had the Star Wars figures hanging off that.
Nice.
They were everywhere at that point. I can't imagine kids in the future having a live stream about remembering memories of opening an iPhone. No, absolutely not. The fave 70 toy was Action Man and Bionic Man action figure. Happy to say I have them all. Excellent. Yes, those were great toys. Luckily, my parents put my Star Wars away safely. Last year, I even found Rebel Transport and Falcon box in great condition when they were emptying their cupboards. They're now on display. That's excellent news.
Good work.
I also remember getting 4 Star Wars figures for £1. Lucky to get 4
Wow.
for 50 quid these days. Wow, 4 for, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it got to the point where they almost couldn't give them away because it literally just died overnight.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what changed for me. Because I was, like I said, 83 Christmas, all about Star Wars. And by spring, summer of 84, I guess someone in my class had Action Force. And I think what happened was it took me back to my pre-Star Wars days of playing with Action Man. And that may have brought back a very young childhood memory. Oh, I did like Action Man, so maybe I can like these. And then from that moment on, Star Wars was put away and I began collecting Action Force.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so no one else is going to join us, Monkey Boy, so we can get into this. I think I think of an intro for this. Let me just see if this works. Who had the best TV?
Okay.
So I'm going to share a screen. Actually, I'm going to do it from here. This has been a while. Hang on. Why am I not seeing share screen? Oh, boy. This is rather unfortunate. I should have looked at this earlier. This is interesting. Present, maybe? Because they did update things. Yeah, okay. So they've added a new button where you can add slides and things. So here we go. I'm going to share screen. It's a Chrome tab, and it's Christmas TV. So we're going to start with what was on BBC One, or actually, they do show us both. Now, is this coming up on your screen?
Yep.
Okay, so they've gone back as far as the 17th.
It's not massive, but I can just about read it.
Right. If I get up to Christmas Day, it's a very in-depth listing, actually. It's quite good. Christmas Day. So Christmas Day was a Sunday on in December of 83. So 8:35, the Christmas Raccoons, a musical cartoon. If I'm being honest, at 8:35, I was still, well, honestly, I would have been up at 6 opening presents. So I was probably playing with toys at this point. So I didn't see that. Carols from Newby Hall would have been of absolutely no interest to me as a kid.
Nope.
Likewise, Away in a Manger, children's stories, songs, pictures, and thoughts about the Nativity.
Nope.
No. And then we had A Christmas Morning Family Service. Again, something that would not have really been of much interest to me.
They were not off to a strong start that day, were they?
They really were not. Then at 11:17, it's a very precise time, of course. 11:17, they had the weather.
Oh, I remember that one. I remember that episode.
Oh, it's fantastic. This is quite ironic. This was a show called The Little Convict, featuring animation from Rolf Harris, which is kind of ironic. A bit of Jake the Peg and all that stuff. I may have seen that. I don't know. Ziggy's Gift was an award-winning animated Christmas story about the magic of giving. Again, it doesn't sound like something a little 9-year-old boy would be too interested in. 1 p.m. was Bugs Bunny. Would have liked that.
Yeah, finally, something good.
Yeah, and then the film was Glitter Ball, starring Ben Buckton, Keith Jane. When a spaceship crash lands on Earth, its pilot, a small silver ball, is befriended by Max and Pete. They find that the alien being has a vast appetite and can signal to its fellows in space. I've never seen that.
No, I haven't. I've never heard of it.
Nah. Top of the Pops, can't beat that. And this one featured, now it does say Michael Jackson, but I think that must have been a video because I don't think he ever appeared in the Top of the Pops studio.
No, I don't think so.
Shakin' Stevens, Men at Work, Bonnie Tyler, Duran Duran, Bucks Fizz, Lionel Richie, and David Bowie. It's a pretty decent lineup there.
Yeah.
We got the Queen's speech, and then Blankety Blank at 3:15. Now, to me, Blankety Blank was always a Friday night show. So to have it on at 3:15 was quite unusual. But Terry Wogan hosted. We had Sabina Franklin. Don't recall that name. I do remember Roy Kinnear, Ruth Maddock from Heidi High, Patrick Moore. He was the astronomer with the monocle, I think.
Yeah.
Beryl Reid, Funny Lady, and Freddie Starr. And then the big film was Treasure Island. But I think we always had our Christmas dinner after the Queen's speech, so there's a good chance I would not have seen this.
We had ours before. It was Christmas dinner, Queen's speech, then opening the presents. So I had to wait until after dinner and after the Queen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
5:25, bit of news. Then we had Jim will fix it at 5:35.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
What was he doing? What was he doing? Does it say?
It was let me see. It was including an 11-year-old Heidi High yellow coat, two pupils of a school for the blind riding at the Horse of the Year show, an 8-year-old Father Christmas, and how to crack Christmas walnuts. Hey.
Fantastic.
Songs of praise. That was not to my taste as a kid.
No.
7:15, however, the two Ronnies.
Yeah.
Which is much more like it. And they had a special guest of Elton John, which is quite something.
Okay.
All Creatures Great and Small, which of course featured Peter Davison, and always confused me as to why, Doctor Who was in this show about vets.
Yeah, and that was quite a long running time by the look of it.
Yeah, it's like an hour and 30 minutes. That's way too long. But then, of course, Only Fools and Horses, a classic.
I would have been in bed by then, probably.
Yeah, me too. Bit of news and weather, and then the film was Better Late Than Never, and it was a 1983 film. So this was like a premiere, starring David Niven. I have no idea what that is.
No.
The Spinners at York I think that was like a male choir, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then we had weather, and that was it. I'm going to be honest, that's not a great lineup.
No, that's fairly weak. That's fairly weak.
However, what did ITV give us? Let me just quickly check if anyone has jumped in. Oh, nope, no one's jumped in. I thought that was someone else. That's just me screen sharing there. ITV, okay. This was the ITV Granada listings with Good Morning Britain with Michael and Mary Parkinson. Roland's Winter Wonderland. I'm assuming that's Roland Rat. Before he jumped the ship to the BBC.
Yeah. So Roland, they get a point for Roland. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. Data Runs Christmas Party with Jeremy Beadle, Terry Jones, Man Machine, the Parcel Passing Robot, and guests Lindsay DePaul, the Bell Stars, the Lotus Eaters, Tracy Ullman, and Madness. So Tracy Ullman and Madness, I do know. The other ones, not so much. Well, Jeremy Beadle, obviously.
Yeah.
Metal Mickey, remember that one quite vividly.
Do
you remember Metal Mickey?
Yeah, vaguely.
It was the robot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cartoon Times, it doesn't say what it was. Then The Monsters Christmas. It's a New Zealand story about the quest to find monsters' voices that have been stolen by a witch. It sounds okay.
Yeah, it sounds okay.
The Smurfs Christmas Special, okay. Now this one, hang on. This may not be Christmas Day. That was actually Christmas Eve. I will keep going, whatever. I was going to say, the Fraggles are coming. That must have been a preview for Fraggle Rock. And then, of course, Terrorhawks, which we all loved. Yeah. Film Fun at Christmas with Derek Griffiths. I don't know that one. Now, this is very interesting for me. This was the Adam Ant Prince Charming review. Now, I was all in on Adam and the Ants in like 1981, 82. But by 83, I was into Iron Maiden, and I probably, even if I'd known it was on, probably would not have watched this. However, if you put me in a time machine, that would be the first thing I would want to watch. Tweety Pie cartoon, Jason and the Argonauts. Okay.
Excellent.
ITN News. The Crankies at Christmas with Bernie Winters, Melvin Hayes, Jimmy Cricket, Sarah Hollenby, Pepe and the Gang, Barbara Dixon, and Modern Romance. What a lineup. And we've got some Knight Rider, even better. Punchlines. I actually watched an episode of Punchlines fairly recently, quite enjoyed it. Of course, host Lenny Bennett with Christopher Biggins, Faith Brown, Bob Carroll G's, who had, I'm assuming, had Spit the Dog.
Not Christopher Biggins.
Yeah. Diana Dore.
True story. He actually he hit on me once. No joke. Honestly.
Yeah, wow. Oh, okay.
Hand to God, he made a pass at me once.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. We've got Bob Carroll G's, probably had Spit the Dog in his hand. Diana Dawes, Pearly Gates, don't know that one. David Hamilton, Barbara Kelly, Mike Reed, Wincy Willis, and Gary Wilmot. That's a hell of a lineup.
Yeah, good lineup. Yeah. I used to love Spit the Dog. He was brilliant.
Yeah. 3-2-1. Dick Whittington with Ted Rogers, Dana, Julie Rogers, Kenneth Connor, Chris Emmett, Mike Newman, and Alan Curtis, Charlie Williams, Charity Edition, all the contestants being children. Oh, I don't like seeing children on TV. Cilla Black's Christmas Eve with Frankie Howard, Graham Fletcher from America by satellite, the Bee Gees, Julio Iglesias, and George Benson. Wow. ITN News, Heart to Heart. I do remember that one. The film was Agatha Christie's Murder Made Easy. We had Midnight Mass, Quincy, and Close Down. So that was actually Christmas Eve. So for the lineup against the BBC on Christmas Day, Rub-a-Dub-Dub. Christmas Day special with Bonnie Langford, Michelle Dautrice, Edward Woodward, and Alan Dart. I recognize Bonnie Langford, not the other ones. Yeah. Christmas with TV AM, A Thought for Christmas from Cardinal Hume and Chris Tarrant. Hang on, Cardinal Hume and Chris Tarrant. Wasn't Chris Tarrant from Tiswas?
Yeah.
That's an odd combo there. Anyway.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Roland's Winter Wonderland.
Oh, again? Yeah.
Well, hang on, but what's going on here? Could it be that the Roland that we referenced on the BBC listing was in fact not Roland Rat, or was he sort of doing both channels at this point?
No. The Roland thing was on ITV.
Oh, was it or Christmas Eve? You mean?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah. The night the animals talked, animated nativity, not really for me. The Fraggles are another preview of the Fraggle Rock. Messengers to Earth, musical fantasy recorded at Queen Elizabeth Grammar School. That sounds like children singing. I don't fancy that.
Yeah, no.
Christmas morning worship from St. Molau's Church in Belfast. Absolutely not. Magic Planet, ice skating, fantasy spectacular. Nope. TV film, The Capture of Grizzly Adams. That was the big bear, wasn't it?
No, Grizzly Adams was a dude.
Well, hang on. What's the bear I'm thinking of?
You're thinking of Gentle Ben, aren't you?
I am indeed. Yes. The
Gentle Ben, brilliant. Let's be honest, that was brilliant.
Yeah. The Royal Year, the ITN compilation, and I didn't know that ITV also showed the Queen's speech.
Yep.
I did not know that. So the film,
she took over everything.
Yeah, 3:15 was Superman with Christopher Reeve. Good stuff. So Superman, right into a bullseye Christmas special with Jim Bowen. It doesn't get any better than that.
Nice. I think that Superman has clinched it for the win for me already now. I don't think it can get better than that. That's brilliant.
No, I mean, Superman and Bullseye already, ITN News, a royal concert of carols, again, for a 9-year-old kid, not so much. Bruce Forsyth's Play Your Cards Right. That's okay. Jimmy
Yeah.
Tarbuck's Christmas All Stars. My
Oh,
God, look
who's
at the
on that?
list here. Bruce Forsyth, Mike Yarwood, Max Bygraves, Cannonball, Shaker and Stevens, Bonnie Tyler, Michael Barrymore, The Game for a Laugh crew featuring Jeremy Beadle, Henry Kelly, Matthew Kelly, Sarah Kennedy, and from America by satellite, Andy Williams, The Temptations, The Four Tops, Robert
Wow.
Wagner, Stephanie Powers, and David Hasselhoff.
That is a real lineup. That's
It
a
is.
banger. That is.
It is.
That
And
is
then
a
the film,
banger.
yeah, and then the film was The Revenge of the Pink Panther.
Excellent. Good.
Yeah. Bit of news. Then we got The King's Christmas, which was singing. The Streets of San Francisco. Don't know what that is. And then A Different Christmas, which is Julian Reynolds chats to Jimmy Savile at Stoke Mandeville Hospital. Oh dear.
Oh.
And then and then Close Down. So let me stop sharing. So as you could see there, I think ITV win that one hands down.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as Superman came up, ITV won that for me.
Aside from the two Ronnies, there wasn't a whole lot on the BBC.
No, that was a fairly weak effort from the BBC that year.
Yeah.
You had the two Ronnies, you had Top of the Pops, and then it was a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
Outside of that, but ITV, you've got Roland Rat,
you got Fraggle Rock preview.
Yeah.
Superman straight into Bullseye. That lineup of the variety show looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Without question, ITV hands down.
Yeah.
So I think if I go back to where we were in the chat, and Ben is saying, yes, The Little Convict by Rolf Harris. How ironic. Rolf Harris. Jim will fix it. Was that Jimmy Savile's show? Yes, it was.
Yes.
Yes, he was very much fixing it for children in that show, which is quite awful to think about. I was in Universal, Florida a few weeks ago, and Gary Glitter was playing on the radio. He's banned in the UK.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Actually, I have a Christmas mix on my computer that I always play. It's about 3.5 hours worth of music. And every time it comes on, I do think to myself, should I be listening to this? And I'm like, you know what? You can separate the art from the artist sometimes. It's a damn good song, actually. I suspect ITV will win this. Well, good prediction. Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it was. Evening Mark. We had Jason and the Argonauts taped off TV. Was probably this broadcast. Yeah. Always wondered when Jimmy Krankie took her husband to meet the parents if they liked him or thought he was a pair for dressing her up as a schoolboy. That's a very good point. And actually, I forget who it was that told me this. There was someone, it must have been a year or so back, who said that his uncle did a bit of swinging with the Krankies.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So apparently they were like real big on that scene, the Krankies.
My goodness.
Yeah, bizarre.
Wow.
Yeah. Edward Woodward was in The Wicker Man. Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
The days when TV closed down for the night. Yeah. Also, as well, what I forget is that back in the day, up until especially on BBC Two for certain, but they would just show pages of CFAX for hours on end.
Yeah.
Just random pages until the shows started. Ah, Jason's here. Good to see you, Jason. Ah, you're actually Jason. Early. Good. Hello. Good lad. Same show. Okay. Grizzly Adams had a bear, I think.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. So Grizzly Adams had... wait a minute. Grizzly Adams had Gentle Ben in it.
Oh, okay.
Ah. So
there was probably a limit to the amount of acting experience bears on the scene at the time. So yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Streets of San Francisco was a cop show. Yeah, there were a ton of cop shows back then. And they all drove those massive, Ford Lincolns and Gran Torinos and all sorts. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are fans. Had a young Michael Douglas as a detective. Awesome.
Oh
no, yeah, Savile, yeah.
yeah.
Jim will fix you. 1-0 to ITV, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Jason remembers the streets of San Francisco. Awesome. Was Glitterball a children's film foundation thing? I remember a kid's film with a silver marble eating a bowl of custard. Good Lord.
What?
What? It may well have been, actually, yeah. Saw the Crankies in Panto at Sunderland Empire. Wow. Yeah, I got to be honest. I was never a big fan of the Crankies. They kind of annoyed
No,
me
I
a
didn't.
bit.
I didn't like them. I don't think I worked out that the little one was a woman for many, many years. I don't think I realised.
Well, I remember my mum telling me that they were husband and wife, and I couldn't
Right.
get my head around that. Like,
Yeah.
but it's a little boy. She says, no, it's a lady pretending to be a little boy. Like, but why is the lady so small? Like, oh, too many questions. Oh, so Jason got a lift home, so he's back home early. Awesome, Jason. Me too. So yeah, so without question there, ITV wins. And that's funny because I always thought that the BBC had the best TV shows, whereas ITV had the best movies. But that's clearly not the case in this example.
No.
So going forward with more of these Christmas streams, we'll obviously pick a different year. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, you're right, though. Top of the Pops, Two Ronnies, that was about the extent of it on BBC, I think.
Yeah, there wasn't much.
And there was a big emphasis on the sort of Christmas caroling side of things, which is a 9-year-old boy who was forced to go to church every Sunday. I did not want to hear that on Christmas Day when I'm trying to have a great time with my new toys and things. So same here, Monkey Boy did not realize. I guess that's about the bear. Crankies was up there with Rent-A-Ghost for a not. Yeah, now funny thing is, I kind of liked Rent-A-Ghost.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Very campy humor. I actually do have a Rent-A-Ghost annual that I managed to keep hold of. I'll need to bring that out sometime.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, but
I did like that. I liked there wasn't there one of them was quite an attractive young lady, and I can't remember who the actress was now, but she was quite a well-known actress.
That wasn't Miss Popoff, was it?
No, I think there was another younger lady.
Yeah,
I might be misremembering that. I'm sure
I don't know.
There was one with red rosy cheeks and like a blue checkered dress. I might be misremembering it.
I'll need to check back. Hi to the room from Jason. So Mark says, I remember BBC having gaps between programs. I think they had a wee turning jewellery box. Yeah, they had many of these Christmas idents they used.
Yeah.
Some of them were better than others, but certainly the earlier ones, they were clearly practical props that were just filmed. It would be like a turntable with something on it that would just spin round and round and round.
It was like the Anglia TV ident used to be the chap on the horse, and that was a physical prop that was just on like a lazy Susan turning around.
Yeah. Adrian is correct. The Crankies were frequently on Crackerjack.
Yep.
They were regulars.
Crackerjack was brilliant. Crackerjack was a fantastic show.
And then having just watched some of those in the last year or so, clearly health and safety out the window, where you had kids sticking their heads into buckets of treacle and then into a bucket of cereal to try and grab something with their teeth. And then there's treacle all over the floor, and they have to run back and forth to grab a number off the board, and they're sliding, they're falling on their ass.
I know. I mean, Crackerjack was just televised child abuse, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Come on, kids. Right, here's a bucket of custard. Let me dunk your head in there.
Yeah. There's another
Try
one.
And find a bunch of keys, you little bastard.
Yeah. There's another kids show I remember. It was shown during the week, and there was this really sort of creepy presenter, and it was based on a quiz format, but there was a lot of physical activity, and depending on what number they picked, it would be a physical challenge. And the presenter always had this fate like, and now it's time for a physical challenge. And that involved kids doing some sort of very dangerous type of stunt. And it probably involved slime and gunk everywhere.
Yeah, that rings a bell. Let us know in the chat, anyone, if you know what that program was.
Which
I definitely remember that.
Had a physical, in fact, I think the presenter may have been like a part-time presenter on Going Live or one of those other BBC.
I was going to say, was it Going Live?
It may have been. So Mark's talking about Mr. Meeker. Now, was he the sort of square neighbor of the Rent-A-Ghost house? Did he have a moustache? And he wore this sort of hat?
I thought Mr. Meeker was the jester guy, or no?
No, that was Mr. Oh, hang on. Oh, now you've got me stumped.
I'll have a look. Do you want me to look it up?
Yeah. Mike Reed done Runaround. No, it definitely wasn't Mike Reed. But I do remember Runaround, though. Evening from Channel Nem. Bungle wore pajamas to bed. Does that mean he was naked during the day? Quite possibly. The only woman I can think of.
I've got it here. The jester guy was Timothy Claypole.
Mr. Claypole.
Yeah, Timothy Claypole.
And I think that actor was one of the earliest AIDS casualties in the UK, if I remember rightly. Yeah. But yes, so Channel Nem is saying the only woman I can think of in Rent-A-Ghost was Audrey from Corrie, who was Miss Popoff. And if you remember, she would sneeze and then appear in a different part of the house.
Yeah.
Mark's talking about the BBC Two test card girl. Yeah, she had rosy cheeks. Best 80s Christmas Day film for me was Temple of Doom, 85 or 86. Yeah, all the big films appeared on Christmas Day on ITV, I think.
Yeah.
Used to
and the first time they showed Temple of Doom, they showed it uncut.
Excellent. Mark used to enjoy It's a Knockout, but the presenter was another one that got done for recently, so he was another nonce. I loved It's a Knockout. That used to be, I think that was a Friday night that used to be showing on. And of course, We Are the Champions with...
We Are the Champions was brilliant.
Hang on. I'm not going to look. Is it Ron Pickering?
Yeah.
And then at the end, when they're standing by the pool, I've got 3 more words for you. Away you go! And they'll yay! And they jump into the pool.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Awesome. Yeah, Temple of Doom always seemed to be on. Yeah. Do you remember those ITV idents like the Thames Television? Oh, absolutely. Honestly, when I watch old TV shows on YouTube and they have those idents at the beginning, it brings back so many great memories.
Well, you did that short video on the idents, didn't you?
Yeah.
Showing all the idents. That was good, that was.
I was on the late 90s reboot of It's a Knockout. Thankfully, no Stuart Hall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, moustache, straight and stressed guy. Yeah, so that was the neighbor of the Rent-A-Ghost house. That
was
guy.
Mr. Meeker then.
Yeah, Harold Meeker, Timothy Claypole, and Dobbin the horse. Mr. Meeker took over as the owner of Rent-A-Ghost. So who was the bald guy with the glasses that was somewhat stressed as well? I got to investigate more about Rent-A-Ghost, I think. Reed had 2 spells on Runabout. Okay. Temple of Doom was on Xmas Day in 87. Temple of Doom was brutal. Scared me as a small child. Yeah. Juan is here. Good to see you, Juan. Hello there.
Hello.
Remember, Star Wars first shown on TV, I think, was 81. That's probably about right. The only thing better about today's TV is there are less nonsense, or we hope so. Or so we hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no really, is there?
Yeah, I think. Are you able to entertain the audience for approximately 90 seconds while I take care of some urgent business?
Yeah, give me 1 second then. I'll just grab a look in annual and I'll
Yeah.
I'll see
Okay.
if there's
Yeah.
any TV listings in there. I'll just be 1 second.
Perfect. Yeah.
Hang on. I've got one just here.
And this is quite bizarre because I managed to do the whole stream the other day without taking any breaks, but this one, no. I simply.
This is the looking from 1983. So we'll have a quick look through there.
So let me, if I can enlarge you like so, and then I will be right back.
No worries. So guys, here we have the look-in from 1983, and this is Zelda from Terrorhawks, a very attractive woman, as you can see. Lovely. So we'll have a quick flick through here and see what we've got. This one is actually from December 1983, so it might be a similar selection of, we've got the TV listings here. Let me just see if they match up to what we've just seen. Oh no, it's this one. This is after Christmas. Let's see who we've got in the centerfold. Oh, we've got Tracy Ullman with her massive 80s hair. I think that's Tracy Ullman, isn't it? Yeah. Bit of Tracy Ullman. Apparently she's a sophisticated Minnie Mouse. So there we are. And yeah, we've got the TV listings here for December of 83. But let's have a look at what else we've got. Oh, we've got some viewers artwork. Here we have the lovely Boy George. As you can see, that's been sent in by Lindsay Sweeney, age 13, from Salford or Salford. There we go. Just what you wanted to see. Who else have we got? What else have we got? Oh, we've got a Cannon and Ball comic strip. Rock on, Tommy. So that was that. Who else have we got? Oh, we've got TV highlights for the new year. So we've got The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe was on the 29th of December. Great Expectations. We've got as a highlight. That seems a bit bizarre for Look-In. I'm not sure if the readers of Look-In would have liked Great Expectations, but there it is. What else have we got? Peter and the Wolf. I suppose I do remember that. Not much else. The $6 Million Man on New Year's Eve. We've got Game for a Laugh on New Year's Eve. That was quite good. Smurfs. And some program called For the Love of Benji. So that was about there was a TV show with the little dog called Benji. I think it was just called Benji. So there's a program about that. And on New Year's Day, the film on ITV was Thunderball. So that's pretty cool. What else have we got in this Look-In? We've got a Terrorhawks strip here. Terrorhawks, and there's Zelda again, just here, looking lovely. A walking advert for moisturizer. So there's her. Who else have we got? I don't know who that is. Oh, and their big prize was a Seconda digital watch. So you could win that by doing something or other. We've got some fun jokes here straight out of 1983. What has 12 legs, 6 ears, and 1 eye? 3 blind mice and half a kipper. And why are waiters good at sums? Because they know their tables. Okay. I don't understand this one. I finally stopped my son biting his nails. How did you manage that? I bought some shoes. Oh, I guess it means he bought the child some shoes. Okay. What's green, hairy, and goes up and down all day? A gooseberry in a lift. So you can see the quality of the jokes here in 1983 were fantastic. What else have we got? Another comic strip called When They Were Young. That looks awful. I don't know what that's all about. And we've got some more TV listings here for all the ITV stations like Anglia, Central, Granada, LWT, and those ones. Then we've got the Tracy Ullman section with the Tracy Ullman centerfold. Some more stuff about Tracy Ullman. They did like Tracy Ullman in this issue. Oh, yeah, and we've got a Knight Rider comic strip.
Oh, let me just bring that up. Look at that, fantastic stuff.
Knight Rider comic strip. This particular issue of Looking is heavily favoured, or is heavily in favour of Tracy Ullman. It's got some awful jokes which I've read. We've got a Danger Mouse comic strip.
Oh, very good.
Which is quite cool.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that there hasn't been more to do with Terrorhawks, considering the Terrorhawks were prominently displayed on the cover there. But I think that's probably the best thing about the magazine. So we'll have a look at Zelda again.
Oh, there we go. Fantastic.
A lovely looking lady there.
Oh, that used to scare me as a kid.
It's the only Jerry Anderson program that didn't scare me. I was freaked out by all the others, by Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, and all those. But I liked Terrorhawks because I enjoyed this character. I thought she was great.
Oh wow!
So just gives you a bit of a glimpse into my psyche there, I suppose.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So Adrian remembers the witch on Rent-A-Ghost. Now, was that a Scottish actress?
Yes, I did have it here.
Molly, was it Molly Weir, or I don't know?
I'll have a look.
Yeah,
yes, well done. Yep. Molly Weir, and she was Hazel the Muck something.
Yeah,
Hazel the Muckwitch.
Mickwitch. Oh,
McWitch.
How original. Bloody Zelda, Murray says. It has Shirley from EastEnders on the front cover. Barry's laughing at that. Terrorhawks was excellent from a toy collector's perspective. They fetch a pretty penny now. I didn't even know there were toys.
Yeah, there were.
Yeah,
they are quite expensive now.
Dean, just use an empty bottle like long distance trucker. We're all friends here. It's bizarre. I managed to do the whole stream on Tuesday with no problem, but today it's caught up with me. So Soda Colin says, when my dad left the room like that, it always prefaced with, off to do a wee job no one else can do for me. I think if I remember rightly, my grandma would say, oh, off to spend a penny.
Yeah.
Which of course referenced the old public restroom or bathrooms that you had to pay a penny to get into.
Yeah. In my dad used to say, I'm going to turn my bike round.
Do you know that in Thailand, a lot of public bathrooms still charge for it?
Do they?
There was one I went to. It was like an old football turnstile. You had to put 3 baht in, and let me just work out how much that was in the US dollars. Pennies, literally. 0.09 of a cent.
Oh wow!
To take a piss. Yeah,
really?
Yeah. Reading movies, is that something I don't like hearing? As I had the Terrorhawks plane thing and one of the robots whose head popped off. Wow.
Yeah.
What were those? Didn't they have like little cubes?
Yeah, and they were the bad guys, I think, with the cube
and the
ones.
Good guys were the silver balls.
Yeah. And one of them was voiced by Windsor Davies.
Yes. I remember buying a Lucan annual that had Mork and Mindy on the cover. Nice. Nicely put. Yes. Lucan had some great cover art back then. Yeah, actually, the older issues, like pre-1981, were all hand-drawn art pieces. And then thereafter, they went to the photographs. So I think I have one in my possession that's Adam and the Ants, or Adam Ant in the Stand and Deliver costume that was painted. It's really great artwork.
Yeah.
I had the Battle Hawk. I cried when I saw how much one was selling for boxed. Wow. Uh-oh. Best behavior, lads. She's here.
Hi, Petchy. Hello.
Hello. I'd forgotten about Benji. Was he from outer space, or am I mixing that up? Benji.
I've got a feeling that he came out of a... Yeah, I might be getting that mixed up as well, because I seem to remember him coming out of a spaceship, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I'll look it up quickly.
Yeah. Bearded Geek had a Star Wars Seconda digital watch. It used to play the theme when you set the alarm. Oh, that is classic 80s right there.
Nice. Nice. Was that the Imperial March that it played, or this normal Star Wars?
Sounds like the normal theme. Actually, my first digital watch, the alarm, for whatever reason, played the French national anthem.
Oh.
And I think it may have fallen off the back of a truck at some point, because it was an acquaintance of my dad that got it for me. So it may have, you know what? It may have been destined for France and made its way to my wrist. Mark asks, does anyone remember Quincy's Quest with Tommy Steele in it? I don't recall that. No.
And I think Ben might have been getting mixed up. There was a TV series from 1983 to 1984 called Benji, Zax, and the Alien Prince. So that might be where the confusion's coming from.
That sounds like it. Adrian has recently been watching Bless This House, Mind Your Language, and Never the Twain. Now, was Mind the Language, the sitcom, based in a evening class for foreign students to learn English? Because if it is, I have watched some of those in the past year or so. It's quite funny.
That's
obviously wouldn't fly in this day and age, but it's pretty funny stuff. Zelda weirdly didn't scare me, but the character of Moid did freak me as a 5-year-old. I don't.
Yeah.
Who was Moid?
I'm not sure, but Zelda didn't scare me either.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely scared me. That's now. If I remember
something very, very. I was always into monsters and that kind of thing, so that really sort of appealed to me. Really, I was never bothered by Zelda. It was the regular puppets used to freak me out.
Yeah. Yeah, if I remember rightly, Terrahawks was a Sunday afternoon broadcast.
Right.
Because I remember that, because Sunday afternoons, it was just me and my mum, because my dad would be off playing golf. And that's where I learned to enjoy Bullseye, because that was like a Sunday, I'm going to say 4:30 p.m. type broadcast.
Yeah, about that time, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, Sergeant Zero was indeed Windsor Davis.
Yeah.
You'll have to start using that phrase when you need a toilet. I'm off to spend 0.9 of a cent. There was a show called Benji, Zax, and the Alien Prince. There we go. Oh, yeah. Ben is saying hi to Mrs. 88. As is Jason. No, thank you, Jason. Was the witch not a Beatles... Hang on. Was the watch not a Beatles watch, and it placed at the start of All You Need Is Love? Not sure. Jason says yes, it was. I'm guessing that it was a Sunday afternoon. Now, Terrahawks was ITV. Yeah, it had to have been because it was on the cover of Lucan. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice work, MBT. Now I remember. Good one. What was the show which had a talking plant and had like a stepping game? Oh, that was the Generation the Generation game, where they spoke backwards on that planet, and the contestants had to solve various puzzles that invariably involved these perspex tokens with different colored shapes on them. And they got to that planet by way of a steam. It was a bizarre I think it was a BBC Two type thing. I'm going to say Generation. Hang on, Generation game. That was Larry Grayson, no?
Yeah. It wasn't Generation game you're thinking
No.
of. I don't know what it was.
The Adventure game.
Game was that game show where people had to.
No. It was the Adventure game, and it was on an alien planet that the contestants got to from Earth by way of a steam train, and then at the end they had to cross the vortex, and if they stepped on the wrong spot, they would get zapped and beamed into space. I'm sure that was what it was called, the Adventure game. Zelda looks like Rod Stewart. Yeah, she does actually. Here we go. The Adventure game. That's it. You can't beat a bit of bully. Super smashing, great. Now, I heard this might be one of these urban myths where there was one episode of Bullseye where the contestants are sitting there and Jim Bowen's giving the introductions, and he says to the contestant, "So, what do you do for a living?" And the guy says, "Well, sadly, I just got laid off work." And Jim Bowen says, "Oh, great, smashing, super." And the guy says, "F off, you cheeky bastard." But that might be an urban myth. But there was one with super sperm where the contestant must have said in their questionnaire about interesting facts, and he must have said what his nickname was. But then when it came to the actual recording of the show, so Jim Bowen says, "Now it says here that you've got a really interesting nickname. What's your nickname?" And the guy says, "Oh, my nickname is Super Sperm." And Jim Bowen says, "It doesn't say that on the bloody card." I think that clip is on YouTube, actually. Mark saying, "Yes, it was the Adventure game." And one of the characters talked backwards. Yep. Because I remember Doogie Rev, which is very good. And that was all we said on that show. Oh, those are good memories. Enjoyed the tune and the tic-tac-toe game at the end of each Terrahawks. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of a seconds, used to have Casio calculator watch, then graduated to a credit card calculator. Casio has all their retro classics on sale at the moment. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I always remember the ruler with the little digital watch on it.
Yeah.
I remember he asked what state is Houston in? Texas. Oh, say hi, all of you guys. Okay, I'm sure they're saying hi back to you.
Hello.
Seconda, not seconds. Dang, these fat fingers. Okay, so a Seconda watch. All right, gotcha. Juan is saying, I remember having a knockoff Transformer watch. And a ruler watch. Awesome. Now, where are we? 1 hour 30. So now, okay, this is probably the part everyone wants to watch. So I'll just introduce this. And then Monkey Boy and I will pick something. So anyway, here we go. Seth is here. Good to see you, Seth. So,
hello.
Monkey Boy and I are going to look at the toys that were for sale for Christmas in 1983, and we're going to pick the one thing that we most want. And in the comments, please do say what it is that you would have chosen from this catalog. Let's make it big.
One thing is going to be difficult.
Yeah. So this doesn't ring any bells. This is the Aquarius from Mattel Electronics. It's a home computer system. And look
Oh,
at all
wow.
those peripherals. Wow.
Cool. How much
Interestingly
is
enough,
that?
well, that's the thing. This was number 18. So
Oh, oh, it was all separates.
all separates, but the actual computer itself was only £80, which
Huh.
isn't, it's not terrible, if I'm being
No.
honest.
No.
Now, is that a printer? Looks like it, number 19. Well, that's interesting. Hang on a minute. The home computer was £80, but the printer was 140. That
Yes.
am I getting confused here? No, that is the computer, right? For number 18.
Yeah.
And that is definitely £80. But the printer's 140, and then the
Wow.
cassette player is 21. That's 50. So how does this make any sense?
How much is the monitor?
No, it's just a TV. You would use
Oh,
your
it's
own.
oh, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
What's 20? 20 is the mini expander. Features two detachable. So that's your hand controllers,
Right.
and that's
But
£50.
you would have needed to have bought the whole lot, really, wouldn't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, the printer we could have done without, I guess.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's
that's not something that really appeals to me.
no.
This is, what is this, Acorn? Oh, Commodore VIC 20 starter pack. So that, I'm assuming, is everything. So number one, £140 for the computer and the tape player.
Right. Okay.
Obviously, no controllers there. So
No.
this one is from Texas Instruments. So you've got
No.
let me see here. Number 8 is the computer itself. So we're looking at £150. And they're calling I guess, the cassette player a data recorder for
Right.
£45. Yeah, that's a cassette player. Yeah, that
Yeah.
seems like a better deal than the other one. Was 10.
What is that?
That is a speech synthesizer. Makes possible
Whoa.
the exciting addition of speech to the Texas T199-4A home computer. Requires a
Wow.
command module containing speech program. See number 11. So 11 is a game cartridge with Texas Instruments, and that was £32. Speech capacity. You are
Huh.
commander of the starship Parsec under attack by the most hostile, deadly aliens in the galaxy. Your mission is to destroy as many alien fighters, cruisers, and missiles as possible. For speech capacity, this requires item number 10. So you could talk to your computer back then. That's kind of cool.
Whoa.
Huh.
That's good.
Now we've got Intellivision, which I think a lot of people played,
Yeah.
and that was costing £100.
That's
And the
pretty good.
games, yeah, the games are about £18 each.
Wow.
That's not. There's one for £24. That's Frogger was £24. Oof, hang
Got
on.
Donkey Kong. Got Donkey
Yeah,
Kong there.
but Nova Blast was £27,
Oof.
as was Demon Attack, which looks kind of cool.
Those games are really expensive, actually. If you
Yeah,
think about it, 1983,
yeah.
that's quite a lot of money.
Well, don't forget VHS tapes were extortionate back then.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a Duran Duran VHS tape for sale. It was about £60 back then.
Oh, wow.
This is the Philips G7000. Never heard of it. That's costing, it's only £70. It's not bad. And they have Space Invaders, or a generic version of it, for number
I
10
didn't
as
know
well.
there were so many home computers back then.
Yeah, me too. Those games were like £17. But Crazy Chase, which doesn't look very interesting, it's like a knockoff Pac-Man, was £24.
Wow.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
that's a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is more like it. The Atari, number
Yeah.
4, £70. That's a bargain in comparison.
Yeah.
And they had some really cool games. So
Yeah.
obviously classic Space Invaders, Asteroids.
Yeah.
But those games, sort of £22 up to 26. And I see here they have a Empire Strikes Back game, which looks kind of interesting. Number 20 was £24.
Right.
So £24 for the game, but the console itself was only costing 70. It's quite a marked difference there.
Yeah.
Here we go. ColecoVision. This is more like the sort of thing I would have liked. This game console was £145, and what happened there? Oh dear. Let's go back again. So the steering wheel and accelerator number 2, that was £45, and a game was, let's see, 23 to 29.
Yeah.
Okay, this is something that is of a lot of interest to me. I would have loved to have had this, and I did indeed want it, but was never gifted it because this one did not require a TV. So this was a totally standalone arcade style game.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, 125 is not at all bad. Games reasonable, £20, and they look reasonably okay for their time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the Vectrex computer system from Milton Bradley. I do like that.
Yeah,
Now we're
that's
into
cool.
a realm of handhelds. These look pretty good. That's what Pac-Man 2, although they didn't bother to show you what was on the screen. Down here, Game & Watch.
Yeah.
This page, I still do have my Astro Wars from Grandstand, and I did play Munchman, which is this one here. All of these look great, actually.
They do look cool, yeah.
And who doesn't forget those adapter plugs with the 4-pronged?
Yeah.
That itself was £6. So
Wow.
I wonder how much Astro Wars was. That is what, 15. So 23 pounds for Astro Wars, and a further 6 for the adapter. That's quite expensive, actually. The Tomy.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
The old Tomy-tronic. I used to love that. That was brilliant.
Yeah. Computer drafts, it looks like, and computer chess.
Yeah.
Master Challenge. This is more for the infants, but Speak and Spell we all remember.
Yeah.
And there's the test match that I talked about earlier. Fantastic game.
Really? Yeah,
really
that was good.
I don't remember Bent Out of Shape, but Turbo Tops I always wanted, but I never did get. Hungry Hippos. Oops. Up here, Kongman.
Kongman, yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And
Big Track. I remember Big Track.
Yeah, Big Track. Computer Battleship. Always remember seeing that. The Pocket Simon. Yeah. I don't know what. Oh, 14 is the Sarlacc Pit game.
Oh, cool.
Well, it may well still be the case if Hasbro get the rights to this, if they want to do a special figure for the Retro Collection Return of the Jedi figures, it may come packaged with something like this. The thing about Connect 4 is once you know how to play it, if you were the first player to play, you can never lose, so it becomes rather boring. But Operation was fun. Never had any interest in Yahtzee. Twister I did play as a kid. Family Fortune, that looks like it could be fun.
Yeah.
Strategio, Trapdoor, don't remember them. Smurf and Beetle, those more for kids. Downfall I remember playing at school.
Oh, yeah, that was good. Downfall was good.
Yeah. The Game of Life, I don't know what that, I Spy. Hangman, I remember playing that one. Guess Who we played at school.
Yeah.
And we've got a Donkey Kong game, Zaxxon, and Pac-Man. I do remember seeing those.
I've got that Pac-Man.
Oh, nice.
I've got that version. Yeah, that's cool.
Mr. Pop, remember that? Perfection, where it would like spit all the pieces out once it began shaking. Domino Rally, yep. What's this? Booby Trap. I don't remember that. Space Attack looks interesting. Shockwave. Don't know that one. Beware the Spider. Don't know that one. Cover Up. I don't remember any of those.
No.
Curse of the Cobras. Don't remember that. I do remember I Want to Bite Your Finger. Apparently, it was just felt tip pens on the back of the teeth that would leave the sort of red marks on your finger if you left them in the guy's mouth. Tank Command and Crossfire. Those were. I never played Tank Command, but I did play Crossfire.
Yeah, Crossfire was good.
Was it Grabbing Dragons? Don't recall that. Up Against Time, and of course the Mousetrap game. Honestly, the game itself was incredibly boring, but watching the ball go down the trap was the best part of it.
Yeah.
And Cannonball Charlie, don't remember that at all.
No.
We've got some table football, some nice sandals with socks there.
Brilliant.
Some sort of tabletop snooker games, dartboard, no, a chalkboard. I had roller skates similar to that, actually.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. Typewriter. Petite. I remember the company Petite. They made the sort of infant types things. Hoopla. I had a
Donkey Play.
Yeah. I actually had a very similar Hoopla to this, but it was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I remember.
I've never been involved in Donkey Play.
No. Oh, we've got some kids stuff here. It's Airfix. Is that like 4 models in one? That's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
And it includes the paints as well, so that's pretty good. There's a bit of Meccano.
Yeah.
Bolt and Build. I do remember that. Now, did that possibly have a battery-operated screwdriver?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that one.
May have done this Spirograph that was always fun.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Yeah. Duplo, Lego, Lego City. But this is the good stuff here, the Space Lego.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, number 16 I got probably in 83 as it happens. I did enjoy that set. I thought it was like very high tech compared to the previous space sets I had. And this was one that I always admired, this sort of chassis of a car that all the sort of working elements had, like the steering rack and everything. And number 12, how much was that? That was £26. That was expensive back then. But yeah, that was pretty cool. So this was Ideal Dukes of Hazzard slot car.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Formula 500 and a TCR. Those were kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oops, I've done it again. Good Lord.
Lawnmowers, yay.
Yeah, awesome. So, very, very fiddly website, this. Now, am I on the big... Hang on, we got to here. So we got, we got some chemistry. What's this? Crystal radio. So you could make a radio. That's kind of interesting in the chemistry and the electricity and magnetism set. But over here is where it's at. So this would have been the actual X-Wing I received, because I received the white X-Wing with the battle damage stickers that I did not apply.
That's the Palatoy one, isn't it?
Yep, that's what I had, because there's no light in the front. And this is like a real tease, because I always wanted the Millennium Falcon and the AT-AT, but was always told no. So Falcon was number 9.
Nice.
£23, and the AT-AT
Oh,
32.
that's a bargain.
Yeah, but in comparison, Slave 1 was only £13.45.
Oh,
So
man. Oh,
quite a
you're
difference
killing
in
me.
price. Even the Rebel Transport number 12 was £17. And then Argos, of course, would sell figures in 4-packs. So this is a bizarre combo. It's got R2D2, Boba Fett, Squid Head, and Gamorrean Guard in 1-pack.
Huh.
And 14 was costing. So that was £4.95 for 4 figures.
Wow.
And the other 4-pack is Vader, Royal Guard, Hoth Stormtrooper, and C-3PO. Again, £4.95.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Surprised they didn't have more figures. But
Yeah, because 83 was the biggest year for Star Wars toys.
the way that AT-AT and the ATST are displayed there is almost exactly the same. I'm looking at my AT-AT and ATST now, and they're almost displayed the same.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Haha. I preferred the ATST, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really like that. The action, when you press the button and it used to do the chicken walk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
But this is. Now, I'm assuming this was prior to the Robo Skull.
Yeah, I think so.
Coming out. But number 1, it's very hard to read this, was the Z-Force Battle Tank. £19 for that. That seems quite expensive.
Really?
But this, I guess they sold figures in packs of 3. So 3 figures, £3.95. Wow.
Right.
That's a damn good bargain, actually.
Yeah.
And that looks great. Number 6 is the Shadow Track, £5.95. Good Lord.
Wow.
And we've got the Jeep. Look at that. Fantastic stuff there.
Yeah.
And then down the page, I think these are just generic military characters. Kasdan Assault Course, £7.95. But the Palatoy Action Man, so this was 12-inch scale for £14. Where's that? Here we go. £14 for this, and it's 12-inch scale. Cool. That's rather nice.
That's good.
Yeah, and the Action Man himself, let me just bring this down a bit. So I had the Talking Commander. So number 10. No, £9.45 for that.
What's that horrific thing next to him? Is that some sort of a gas mask, or what is it?
It's an SAS Commander.
Oh.
Combat suit. £7.95.
Wow.
The thing about Action Man was it was cool that you could get the Action Man doll and then buy different outfits for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
More here. 17 is the Pursuit Craft. That's only £14. That seems excessively cheap when compared to like Star Wars. And 18 Jeep and Trailer. I guess that's not Palatoy, but that was £8.95. The Palatoy Assault Course or the Training Tower, £20 for that. And
wow, really?
I don't think it came with a figure. No, it does not come with a figure.
That's quite expensive. When you consider you could have bought the Millennium Falcon for not much more.
And then here we've got the Masters of the Universe. So Castle Grayskull was £23. And it's basically this. In fact, does this come with more than the Origins one comes with?
No.
No?
I don't think so. There might be slightly more weapons on the weapons rack.
Yeah, it looks like it that way, but everything else is pretty much the same. Yeah. And then they were doing the figures.
The figures 2-packs.
2 packs. So number 12 for Beastman, Man at Arms, £6 for 2 figures.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm now seeing why it was that I stuck with Star Wars, because the Star Wars figures were like £1.50.
Yeah.
And those are basically double the price for a Masters of the Universe. Now these, obviously, we've had Battle Cat in Origins. 16 is the Battle Ram. That's not been released yet, and that was only £4.75. Good Lord. And this one, the Attack Track, which was motorized, was £11.95.
Yeah, we haven't had that either. I don't know if
No.
we'll get the Battle Ram, because we've had the Sky Sled, haven't we? Which is the front part.
Yeah. Here, what's this? Mickey Mouse Castle. Oh, He-Man weapons, like a dress-up set, along with the Chips dress-up set. Ideal. Now, this is very similar to the one I have, but the one I had was, I forget the company now, but begins with an R. Good Lord, my brain's going dead here. Anyway, this Evel Knievel is interesting, because this is one that was not readily recognized, because this was like a molded Evel Knievel on more of a dirt bike type of thing, whereas the stunt cycle was typically the sort of racing bike with the rubbery Evel Knievel figure.
Yeah.
This is a Star Wars, but what is it? Like a playmat.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, the Para's assault kit. I had something very similar to this, with the plastic grenade, binoculars, the gun, the helmet, and of course the Professionals, which I don't think was a kids' TV show, had an action pack, which is kind of cool. Some play mats for cars. There's a children's garage. Matchbox, and remember Street Racing, and there's the Stunt Busters that I do have. Crash Cars.
It's got the barn, hasn't it, that you can crash into?
Yep. Were. It's bizarre. There's the Stunt Busters and there's the Barn Busters, and they're both very similar to each other, but I think the Barn Busters has a bit more to it. But this one, I always wanted these cars that you could crash them and they would blow up, but I never did get those. And this looks like some sort of Spider-Man vehicles from Buddy L. Oh, and there's a Speed Jumper that I do have as well. How much was that? 11. That was £10. Good Lord.
Wow.
And some sort of Tommy pump up robot spider. What the hell is that? Number 10. Where's 10? Space Pet Humdorm. Use the air pump to fill the Humdorm's tank and watch him hop away. Interesting. Hot Wheels. Now, again, I did not realize that we had Hot Wheels when I was a kid. To me, it was always Corgi and Matchbox.
Yeah.
But, I guess Wrist Racer had that, and I think I have one still.
Yeah, I had 2 of those. I think they were Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah, Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah.
Yeah, because this one
and the General Lee.
The General Lee just did a wheelie, whereas Roscoe's cop car, it would spin around.
I don't remember that.
That's a rather large Rubik's Cube. I don't fancy it.
That's a master. That's a master Rubik's Cube.
Yeah. We've got a Rubik's Race. Viewmaster, of course. Fantastic. Viewmaster Showbeam, which is basically a flashlight to project your little slides. A walkie-talkie with, of course, the cables, and as with this telephone set. And there's a Mr. Men slide projector. So now we've got Etch-a-Sketch, Mr. Frosty. I always wanted that, but by all accounts, it didn't really work. Some bag. For some reason, they're selling a Christmas tree in the kids section. I think 13 is meant to be a Dalek hang on, Decker Toys Spaceship, and I think I may have noticed this last time. They've made a glaring spelling error here, where they've called it flame retarded PVC. Yeah, fantastic. Some scooters and tricycles, a lot of small things for infants. I did have one of these on my bike, though. I had the one that would make, I guess, number 2, which would make the siren sounds.
Yeah.
Which was quite a lot of fun, but definitely did annoy the neighbors. Oh my God, Orville. Orville, E.T.,
Look at that little bastard.
Glowworm, Rupert the Bear. There's that Matchbox thing that always appeared in Friends, or when we'd go visit my parents' friends who had just had a baby, they always had this thing hanging on the kids' cot.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing much of interest there. Again, all very much infant toys. Adventure People, so Fisher Price. That's kind of cool, actually. I do like that. And this Drag Racer is pretty nice. I'm assuming it came with a figure, but it doesn't really show it. This one, I think, yeah, this one had a figure.
Yeah.
I'm looking for Weebles, but I don't see any Weebles.
Oh, yeah, they were cool.
The teapot I always remember seeing.
Yeah. And there was a shoe, wasn't there, as well?
Remember the shoe? Yeah.
Yeah, I knew loads of people that had that shoe.
So now we've got this girl stuff. Again, Barbie, I guess, was number 1, but Cindy was trying her damnedest to be up there.
Yeah.
Very similar. In fact, is this Cindy, or that's what Mini Mod? Hey, hang on. I don't know. And I'm assuming this is before the Cabbage Patch Kids. Oh, there we go. So that was that.
No My Little Ponies. Oh,
no.
There now.
So I'm guessing that was way before those times. Now I'm going to try and catch up on the chat. But from what we just looked at, if you could have one gift from that little selection there, what would you have picked?
Oh, is that what I would choose now, or what would I have chosen back then? Or both?
It could be either or. Just what is the thing that caught your eye the most?
Well, I think if you'd have asked me that in 1983, I probably would have chosen the AT-AT. Maybe the Millennium Falcon, but probably the AT-AT. But as I have an AT-AT now, I think if you were to ask me what I'd choose now, I think it would either have to be the Tomy handheld thing that you held up to your eyes, the Tomytronic. But I think, actually, to be honest, that might just be beaten by Kong Man, the game Kong Man. I'd really like to have that. What about you? What would you pick?
Well, I think for me, both now and then had to be that Vectrix system with the all-in-one screen and console, because I never had a TV in my bedroom as a kid, and I never had a home computer and I didn't have my own games console. And I suspect even if I did, my parents would not have been happy having them have to turn off their TV to allow me to play those games. So if I had that Vectrix system, I could have gone to my bedroom and played video games. So I'm going to try and catch up with the chat we've missed, because obviously, just to explain, when I have the screen up with the catalog, I'm not able to watch the chats come in. So Cheggers Plays Pop. That is this going back to the physical challenge thing? No, it was not on Cheggers Plays Pop, but yeah, I do remember Cheggers Plays Pop. Bowen, you've won a His and Hers real veneer TV dinner tray. Oh yeah, some of the prizes on Bullseye were quite awful, but that kind of adds to the charm of the show. it was always great when your gran would get the latest autumn winter catalog and you look at what you wanted for Christmas. Absolutely. That was one of the best thrills ever. I guess those things got delivered sort of October time, and you would look and dream of what you want for Christmas. £80 in 83 is about £320 today. Wow. Well, Dino Monkey Boy, I'm enjoying a tube of jelly tots. Time for me to get a sugar rush. Awesome. Jelly tots. Jelly tots. Okay. Fruit pastels and jelly tots. I go with jelly tots. Texas Instrument goes, games look like a Space Invader. Yeah. Yeah, I remember looking at Case catalog. Look at the toys. Oh, hang on.
That's not what you were looking at.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. In television, Atari. Oh, hang on. 1 second. There's someone at the door.
Somebody at the door.
I'm not doing it.
Johnny.
I'm not sure if I'm doing it right, Dean.
Yep, you're coming through loud and clear.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us?
How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're good. How are you?
I can hear you.
Man.
Okay, good.
Doing great.
Dean, can you put our names up on the screen?
Yes, if I just quickly.
There we go.
So, how you doing, Johnny?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm good.
Good,
Yeah.
thank you. We've got a bit of a delay with you, Johnny.
There's probably some kind of delay. I'm not very good with stuff like that.
No, we'll try and soldier on.
Yeah, I'm not very good with stuff like this. I was just going to mention that I don't really know what the hell I'm doing. I've never actually been like on a live stream before.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'm glad you chose this one for it to be your first. I've lost my place in the chat. If I have missed your comment, please don't.
So am I. This is great. I'm having a great time.
Oh, glad you're enjoying it. What? Oh, he's gone.
And he's gone.
Oh dear. I forgot where I was in the chat. Hang on. I think I'm there. Adrian says, I remember looking at the Case catalog to look at the toys. In television and Atari 2600s were compatible with each other. Oh, that's good. I'm assuming, like, I do have an old Xbox 360. That's quite ancient now, isn't it?
Yeah, I had one of those. It died, unfortunately.
I've only got a handful of games, but I've not actually used it in years. Juan says, number one on the Intellivision games looked like Pitfall. Okay. Atari for the win. Yep. Early 80s were a boom in computer manufacture. There was a crash midway. Yeah, well, didn't Atari bomb with the ET game and they ended up in landfill somewhere?
Really?
Yeah. Had to watch Bullseye at my grandparents' house on a Sunday. Hated it at the time, but I watched repeats and now they take me back. Oh, yeah. Okay, he's back. Johnny, you hear us?
I am still here. I just, like I said, I don't want to screw this up for anybody. I hope I'm doing all this right.
Yeah, that's cool, dude.
No. Yeah, I'm just catching up with the chat here. So Juan says number 8 on Atari games is Atari's Pac-Man. Okay. Had Empire and Jedi on the Atari. Cool. Used to have that ESB game. £145 now is about 578.
Wow.
The games were too expensive compared with the game. Yeah, basically one game was about half the price of the entire system back then. I used to have a couple of Game & Watch. I used to have Astro Wars. Yep, I still have mine. I play it now and again. Used to have Astro War. I have the Snoopy Tennis and the Donkey Kong Game & Watch.
Oh, Snoopy Tennis. I remember that. That was fantastic. Oh, I wish I had that now.
Yeah, Hungry Hippos.
I've never even heard of that.
Yeah. Had the G7000. Totally forgot I had it until tonight. Graduated to a Spectrum the following year. Wow. Big Track. Yeah, that was always a popular one, but it really wasn't that great of a toy to play with, though. That Big Track was a total fail. That sounds about right. Yeah.
It was great for about 3 minutes, wasn't it? And then it was like, now what?
No way, you're still live. Just coming from work. Howdy, Dean. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Dean, guys, I'm sorry. Is it okay that I smoke on here? I don't want you guys to get in trouble.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Well, no. I mean, if you've ever watched my live streams in the past, you'll know that I have, on occasion, gotten to be extremely drunk live on air. So a little bit of smoking is not a problem. Trust me.
Yeah, I've seen a couple. No, trust me. I've seen a couple. I love it.
Yeah. Hasbro owned Parker, so could be. Oh, say okay. So this is going back to the possibility of Hasbro doing a retro collection Return of the Jedi figure packed in with that Sarlacc pit game. So if Hasbro owned Parker, chances are they're going to put a really special figure in that game that no one wants to play, but they want the damn figure.
Yeah.
Tank Command and Lost Valley of the Dinosaurs was okay. All right. Mine was Luke Skywalker. Where he went is beyond me. Yeah. Ideal have a lot of rare and weird games. Yeah. Now I'm assuming Ideal are long gone as a company, but they had a lot of cool stuff. Jason remembers Tank Command. Never had it, always wanted it. Yeah, me too. Mousetrap took so long to set up, and if you breathed the wrong way, you could set it off. That's very true, actually. Yeah. Honestly, the game itself was boring, but just that, 5 seconds of action at the end was worth it.
Yeah.
I had that pot black pool table in '81, although I wanted a snooker table. Yeah. Mine was Luke Skywalker. Oh, that's again. Got that again. There is so much in this catalog I remember from childhood, from the roller skates to the Atari to the MB games and Airfix, of course. Yeah. I think '83 was a great year. How much was the plot back pool table? I don't know. Not a lot, I don't think.
I would agree.
Cool. Yeah, '83 was a prime year.
Yeah, once again, I'm sorry. Am I allowed to jump in?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Like I said, I don't know how this works. No, I mean, I would agree. I still have my my old Nintendo 64 with all the controllers, all the cords. I couldn't tell you if it works nowadays, but I still have it. I should break it out sometime and try it.
What was your favorite game on the 64?
It was so long ago. Legend of Zelda. I love that.
Okay. I for sure thought you were going to say GoldenEye. Everyone always seems to say GoldenEye. That would be my favorite.
Yeah.
Bearded Geek Toys says still got all of Star Wars.
Am I getting it mixed up? Was the Legend of Zelda on that?
I'm not sure because I almost exclusively played GoldenEye. I think Zelda was on that. Okay. It's on most Nintendo systems.
So Rich says. So Rich literally yelled "Whoa" out loud at the sight of that Star Wars page. Did I miss the ladies' lingerie section? We all went there. Actually, no, Argos didn't have any lingerie because I do remember as a kid, always flicking to those pages and being rather stimulated, even as a small boy. So I'm not ashamed to say that.
Yeah, the Freeman's
I was the
catalog
same
was a
way.
lot for that.
Yeah. Drooling over the Star Wars page. Yeah, I think we all are. I think I'm more drooling at the prices back then. Jason says, it's funny, Dean, I was looking at the 91
Absolutely.
catalog, and some chocolate boxes are the same prices as today. Wow. So does that mean they were expensive then or they're cheaper now? I don't know. Juan says, I think I received the Millennium Falcon that Christmas, already having the Snowspeeder. Sadly, no AT-AT for any Christmas. Yeah, I never got the Falcon or the AT-AT. Oh, MDR Evening. Gave away all my Action Force. Yeah, we all have these regrets in life. Same, sold all mine Action Force and Star Wars toys. Yeah, and my Action Man. Yeah, I did it all too. Gave away my toys in the late 80s. Only kept my Star Wars toys. All my childhood toys were given away on my behalf. Had no say in the matter. Yo, that's terrible.
Oh, no.
I can remember my first Transformers. They were Sideswipe and Starscream. Those are good ones. I was more interested in the late 80s and the NES.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Soda Cauldron. SAS stuff was popular after the success at the Iranian embassy siege a few years before. Spun quite a few movies. Oh, yeah, Who's Dares Wins. I remember that.
Yeah.
I used to have that rubber Evel Knievel with the bike launcher. Yeah. Biker Scout is here. I also had that Power-Eyed Spider-Man, swung it from my bedroom window so it would knock out the front door. Only told my mum years later. Ben saying, used to have some Buddy L toys. Mum used to tell me off because she thought I was saying bloody hell. 83, what a year for toys. Action Force, SAS, Panther would have been my #1 toy from that year. I remember to have Spider-Man either. And Johnny, who is here, says the funny thing is you spend so much time getting ready for Christmas, shopping, decorating, cooking, and then one day it's over. Exactly. That's why I try to savor the build-up, because for me, it's so exciting. And once you get to about noon on Christmas Day, it begins to think, oh my God, it's all for nothing. It's all over now. Got to wait another damn year.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for jumping on, Johnny.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool.
£6 for the Christmas tree. I have those Adventure People set. Oh, nice. Nice catalogue. Yeah. I'd have chose the Evel Knievel stunt cycle as I never got one as a kid. Definitely one of my favorites as a kid. My 83 toy pick will be the AT-AT. Yeah, that's a great pick. And we had that assault course. It was made of cheap plastic that would stain other toys if you put them next to it. Oh, boy.
Oh, really?
AT-AT, big track. Yep. Jason wants the AT-AT. Remember the Kidco burning key cars? Yep, I've got some of them. I do like them. Top 3 of the catalog would be Commodore VIC-20 with tape, Atari 2600, and Boba Fett Slave 1, all-time favorite. Good picks. GoldenEye was the only game I ever bought for the N64. It was that good.
It was. Really? It was actually that good. It's hands down the best video game I've ever played on any system. It was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's really, really good.
But what made it so good?
It was just so playable. And there was an option where, because I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was like a first-person shooter, a bit like Doom or something like that. And there was an option where you could play the game where all the enemy characters had really big heads, so you could get headshots all the time. And at the end, when you used to complete the level, it would give you a breakdown of how you did, and it used to tell you how many headshots you got. So I always used to play it with the big head version and try and get 100% headshots. Yeah. But it was such a playable game. It was really, really good fun. I say recently, a few years ago, I bought an N64 just with that game, just to play that game, because it's absolutely brilliant.
Wow, so it's that good. Wow.
Yeah, it really is good. Fantastic game.
Jason says, think experience back then about the chocolate boxes. Now, do they still do selection boxes in the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming they're quite small these days. But...
Yeah, small and expensive.
Yeah. So Johnny, I don't know if you know about this, but in the UK, at Christmas time, the candy makers would do these things called selection boxes, where they would put one bar of every candy they made into this one box and package it with like Santa and everything. And it was always like a big deal to get a selection box. So the fact they still make them makes me, so the fact they're still doing it makes me quite happy to hear that. But I imagine they'd be quite small and very expensive these days.
Yeah.
See, I mean, we have the candy boxes here, and like some of them are big, some of them are small, and you can open them up, but you have like a little map. I'm sure you've seen them.
Yeah,
it tells you exactly what is in each like little slot.
Right. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Yeah, but also as well, if you remember, Monkey Boy, we would get selection boxes, but they also did selection stockings. There was like a net type thing with like a Mars bar, and I mean, I've got to get my brands right here. So Mars Bar did what? Mars Bars, Snickers,
Bounties. Actually, no. Did they do Bounties? I think they did Bounties.
I think so. Yeah. And then the Cadbury version would have obviously Cadbury's milk chocolate, Cadbury's caramel, Cadbury's flake.
Yeah, crunchy.
Yeah, crunchy. Yeah. Even as an adult, I couldn't pick just one toy from that catalogue. Gun to my head, I'll go for the Action Force tank. Good choice. I think the AT-AT is the winner. So Johnny, if you were to go back in time and you could get one gift for Christmas that you never got as a kid, what would that one gift be?
Oh, wow. That is such a hard question. I need a minute to think about that, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Take your time. We can come back to that.
Dean, do you want to chuck
I'll just like jump in all of a sudden.
People can see who we've got.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, man. Cool.
Yep. Yeah. Monkey Boy, same question to you. If you were to go back in time and have one gift that you never got as a kid, what would that one gift be?
I think it would have to be that Tomitronic handheld game that you held up to your eyes.
Yeah.
I think it'd have to be that. I think.
Now, did that create like a 3D effect?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, but not that well, I would imagine.
No, but it was okay. It was one of those things where you would hold it up to your eye and you would automatically close one eye, but if you opened both eyes, it was a better experience. But I knew a couple of people that had that and brought it into school on the last day of term when you could bring your toys in.
Yeah.
And I remember playing one then and just being absolutely blown away by it. I think they're fantastic. I actually almost bought one at the Norwich Toy Fair recently, but it was a little bit expensive and I had my eye on some other stuff, so I didn't pick it up. But I wish I had done now because it was, I really loved that.
That's probably a lot like the Viewmaster, where if you held it to your eye and closed one eye, it was very much two-dimensional, but when you opened both eyes, it became or as a kid, I found it quite exhilarating to see this 3D image.
Yeah, Yeah,
Like,
those Tomy games were quite immersive. If you opened both eyes, you were really drawn. It felt like your whole head was inside the machine. They were very immersive to play.
yeah. So, Johnny, have you picked one yet?
I think I have, and it's going to be one of the Masters of the Universe. Not a figure, but it would be the playset.
Yeah.
And I never got the Castle Grayskull as a kid. I had to buy it, as an adult. But for some reason, I always wanted Snake Mountain.
Yes. Good man.
I don't know why. Yeah, the Castle Grayskull was like, in my opinion, a more I don't know what you would call it, superior playset. But for some reason, Snake Mountain just always intrigued me, and I always wanted that.
Yeah.
Cool. That's a great answer.
Yeah. I mean,
of course, I never got either one. I bought my Castle Grayskull as an adult.
No. Are there any suggestions that Mattel will do an Origins Snake Mountain?
Yeah, it's on the cards. They've announced it. They've announced it for fall of next year.
Ah, okay.
But rather frustratingly, to put it mildly, they've decided to remove the voice changer feature, so it no longer has the microphone with the voice changing, which is a pain in the tits. I don't know why they've decided to remove that. That was an integral part of that toy, and they've said that they're not going to have it.
I agree.
But does that mean it's going to be?
It's like one of the best features of that toy.
Yeah.
But
does that mean that the price point will therefore be similar to the Castle Grayskull?
Sorry, guys. I hope my delay is screwing up this thing.
No, we can pretty much work around it. It's not a huge issue. But so the Castle Grayskull, I think, was what, circa $75-$80 here in America.
Yeah.
Which is a hell of a lot more reasonable than the $600 or whatever it was for that Eternia playset that I had absolutely. There was no way, even if I had that money to spend on a toy, I'm not spending that much money on a crowdsourced toy from a company that is clearly capable of doing it off their own backs.
Yeah, no, that's not something I would do either. I mean, it's far too big for a start.
Well, yeah.
I mean, even though I don't open anything anyway, but I mean, I wouldn't even have the box. No, that's not for me, and the price is just absolutely bonkers. But I will get the Snake Mountain, even though I'm disappointed about the voice changing feature. I will get the Snake Mountain. I've left some space, particularly for that toy when it comes out, and that's the only space I've got left in my house is being earmarked for that.
But so, do you have the Origins Castle Grayskull?
Yeah.
And it's still sealed in the box?
Absolutely. And it's also in a protective case. So, complete waste of time buying that, but I know you must be cringing because you like to open your stuff, but no, I can't bring myself to open it. I just watch YouTube videos of other people opening it.
So if I remember correctly, I got the Grayskull for Christmas last year, and I had like a moment where I stepped back in time and sat on the floor, opened the box, took everything out, and assembled it all. And for that fleeting moment, I was that 10-year-old kid again.
Yeah,
it felt really good.
Yeah,
I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I am tempted. I'm tempted to get it out, but I mean, it's like so much of my stuff. I mean, I bought quite a lot of the Black Series vehicles, and they're still sealed in the box. I'd love to open the Snowspeeder and look at it, because it's from what I can tell, looking at videos online, it's an amazing piece. But I've got a vintage Snowspeeder, but the Black Series one is much bigger and looks very good. But it's just my OCD. I can't bring myself to cut that tape. Maybe one day.
Yeah. So Johnny, do you collect any modern toy lines?
Wow, that is some delay, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
So Johnny, do you collect any modern toy lines?
The only thing right now that I'm actually doing is the Origins.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I mean, also to me though, I
really enjoy those.
I don't really class Origins as a modern toy line, because to me, it's my first chance to actually buy Masters of the Universe, and because it's been made in such a retro style, I don't think of it as being a brand new modern toy line. So I'm quite happy to go in head first and collect those. For whatever reason, I have never been tempted by Star Wars Vintage Collection or Black Series, but Retro Collection I do like. I'm very much of the opinion that I stick to things that just remind me of childhood, to be honest.
You did that experiment, didn't you, where you bought a load of Black Series and flipped them?
Yeah.
That was good. You had some really nice figures in there. When I saw you going through them, I was like, "Oh, that's a really good one, Dean."
I totally agree with that.
You had no idea that they were as valuable as they were, and I was like, "That's a really good one, Dean. Keep hold of it."
Yeah. I actually think the person that sold them definitely undersold themselves, because basically I'm going to say 3 or 4 of the good figures, when I sold them, basically covered the price of the whole thing.
Yeah.
But again, when I had them in my hand, nothing about those figures took me back to childhood.
Right.
They were so different from the figures that I had as a kid. So I had no attachment to them.
Yeah, they didn't appeal to my nostalgia, obviously, but they did appeal to my love of action figures. So I did go quite crazy with a lot of those.
He's gone again.
Oh, you lost him.
Yeah. I'm trying to get back to where I was. I think that this is the most recent one. Rich wanted Optimus Prime. Yeah, me too. It took me a long time to get Optimus Prime, but I'm glad I finally did. Juan says, I have one of the Tommytronic 3D video games. I think it was based on the Tron movie. Yes, the immersive effect was created with a stereo view, like in Viewmaster. Awesome.
Yeah.
And Ryan says, Happy Christmas, friends. Just got home from work, and I'm glad to catch the end of the stream. Oh, awesome. Glad you're here, Ryan.
Hello, Ryan.
Good Lord, 2.5 hours. So I think I covered pretty much everything, but I did have one other topic. I'm not going to even bother bringing up the top 10 from Christmas 1983 because it was bloody awful. But are there any Christmas songs, whether it be from the 80s or otherwise, that you really do enjoy listening to?
Do you know? I don't really think there are. There's none.
Really?
There's none that sort of spring to mind. Not Christmas songs, no. And I wasn't really, as a young person, I wasn't really into music that much. I did
Right.
enjoy Michael Jackson to a
Hmm.
degree, but music was something I didn't really get into until I was about 13 or 14. And
Yeah.
then I got into Iron Maiden,
Right.
and I sort of bought all their albums, and I was really into it. But prior to that, I never really did find music that interesting, to be honest.
Ah, I
I mean, I
see.
liked Kylie Minogue when she came out. I did like Kylie, but that was only because I
Yeah.
fancied her.
Yeah.
What about you? What are your Christmas
Um,
favorites?
I'm going to get to that. Johnny's just commented. So Johnny says, "Hey guys, sorry about that. I'll try and get back on, but if not, then thank you, Johnny. It was a pleasure having you on. Uh, there will be more of these Christmas streams, so we can get you back on again.
It was nice to
Absolutely.
meet you, man. I'm sorry
Yeah.
that there was some gremlins in the works.
Yeah.
There was a
It's
bit
a
of a delay
shame.
there, but try and get
Yeah.
back on if you can. But
Yeah. Juan says, excellent songs. The Bing Crosby Christmas album takes me back to the 80s. So for me, okay, well, first things first, um, one of my most vivid memories of Christmas music was on the Sunday. It would have probably been the last Sunday of November 1984 when on the news they showed us all these pop stars gathering to record Do They Know It's Christmas?
yeah,
And at that point, I was heavily into Duran Duran, and the fact that they were involved got me interested immediately.
yeah,
And I remember saying, "Oh my God, I got to buy this single." Now, the song itself is pretty awful, if we're being honest. It's not a good song.
right.
A lot of it doesn't make sense. And I think that Bono's line is extremely heartless. You know, well, tonight, thank God it's them instead of you. How nasty is that?
Yeah,
And then feed the world, let them know it's Christmas time. What does that even mean? But
yeah,
when I hear the song now, I get the flashback to seeing that news report and being, I guess, 10 years old, probably in my pajamas, waiting to go to bed that night. And it just takes me right back. So I love hearing that song.
yeah.
Another song that I hated back then, but actually do like now is Last Christmas by Wham.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There's something about that I guess it was last year or the year before. I actually sat down and watched the video on YouTube, and it's such an 80s Christmas video that when I watch it, I'm like, oh my God, I would love to have been maybe 19 or 20 in 1984 to have
Uh-huh.
experienced that part of the 80s. Because as it was, my experience of the 80s is as a child.
Yeah.
I didn't get to experience all the big shoulder pads and neon lights in the bars and things. So hearing that takes me back. But the one thing that has confused me for at least 2 decades is the song by Mud. It'll be lonely this Christmas without you. I had assumed that was Elvis Presley for the longest time. But it
Yeah,
was
I
an
thought it was.
English, yeah, no, it was a Mud, I
Oh,
think. I better just confirm this before I make a fool of myself. But
I thought that was Elvis. I was convinced that was Elvis.
Mud, I can't even type now. Hang on. No, the band is Mud, and it's Lonely This Christmas. So just from hearing the song,
Oh,
I thought it was Elvis all these years. But then when you see the video, nope, it's an English. I guess they were like rockers or something.
right. Oh,
So
wow.
that song is kind of weird for me now because I have this memory that I really got that one quite wrong.
Yeah.
Wonderful Christmas by Sir Paul takes me back. Yeah, Yep, that's on my playlist. Gee, thanks 88 and guests for an entertaining evening. Can't wait for hopefully more. Val Dunican in the jumpers. Yes, that was a classic Christmas trope. Always saw Val with his sweaters on. Now, again, as a kid, I thought he was American. I think he's Irish, actually. Is that right?
Oh, really? Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
I didn't know.
Possibly. Not at all. Johnny says it was all on me. I was using my phone. No, Johnny, don't worry. You were great. It will have you back on. Absolutely. Winter's Tale by Essex, for some reason, takes me back more than any Christmas song. It was from X-Men. Yes, it was. Another one I like is Bros doing a Silent Night. If you get a chance, check it out. Because the singer, now, hang on, he was one of the twins. He's either Matt or Luke.
Yeah, I forget which one was which.
Whatever Goss it was, holds a fantastic note for like, it must be close to 30 seconds, I guess.
Wow, really?
Oh, it's impressive if it is him doing it, because who knows? Because this is all Stock Aitken and Waterman, so it's all fake to begin with.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, on the flight back from Thailand, I had many hours to kill. So one of the albums I put on was Bros' Push album. And given that they were advertised as a singer, a bass player, and a drummer, I listened to the album. There's not one piece of real drums. There's no real bass. I'm like, wait a minute. Who made this album? It wasn't these guys. The singer obviously sang, and that was the extent of Bros's input into that album. But yeah, but the singer did a damn good job on the Silent Night. Juan likes Wham. Only You. Oh my God, Soda. That was going to be on the list because that was #1 Christmas song in 1983. Was Only You by the Flying Pickets, and they freaked me out because that bald guy with the eyeliner scared me. And Juan says, "Yeah, Mud looks like yeah." He had the mutton chops, but I think he wore glasses. In fact, yeah, he did wear glasses. Yeah, he was definitely an Elvis wannabe. But I don't know what year that came out. Let me see. Oh, 75. Oh, yeah. He definitely was playing on the whole Elvis thing at that point. But it's a damn good song, though. No question of that.
Yeah.
So in other words, Christmas songs are not really your thing.
No, I mean, they're all right. I can't say I was grabbed by any of them. I mean, I think my favourite Christmas song is Frosty the Snowman.
Oh yeah,
because I quite like that sort of genre of music or that style of music. But
yeah,
no, I can't say that Christmas has ever been particularly musical.
No. Well, again, for me, because I was always dragged along to church, there was one time I did enjoy church, and that was always the Sunday prior to Christmas, which was in the evening. It was the candlelit service, and we all had to sit there with candles. And as a 8, 9, 10-year-old kid, I was obsessed with fire. So to have this naked flame in front of me, I thought, oh yeah, I love this. So I'm sitting in the church and they're, singing their lungs out. And I'm like looking at this, putting my finger through the flame and licking my finger. How long can I make it go through the flame and all sorts? And another thing from the folks from the UK might remember, there was a thing called the Christingle candle, which was basically an orange with a hole cut out of it, a ribbon wrapped around it, and cocktail sticks with jelly candies on it. And we made those in the Boy Cubs. And as the Boy Cubs group, we had to go to a church one evening for carols.
Yeah.
And then a friend and I realized quite quickly, if we then took the jelly candy on the cocktail stick, we could then toast it over the flame of the candle. But it was like such a high sugar content, the whole thing took off. Like, oh my God. So you got kids with like fiery sticks of molten candy flying everywhere, and it was an absolute disaster. But I just loved seeing those candle lights. So when I got dragged to that candlelit service, it wasn't a problem for me to sit there with a candle. But then in later years, the rules changed, and you had to have your candle inside a jar. Very boring for me. So I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Health and safety got hold of that, did they?
Yeah. But a couple of years back, Petchy and me, I said to her, this will make no sense to you whatsoever. Just do what I do. And we made a couple of these Christingle candles. And it was fun and all, but there was something about doing it as a 10-year-old with your friends and then being allowed to use matches to light the thing that made it quite special.
Yeah.
The fact is, as a 48-year-old man, I am free to light anything on fire that I so wish. It's when you're a kid and you get given a match. It's like, whoa, a match.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Oh.
So yeah, so for me, Christmas carols, not so much, but some of the pop songs I'm definitely quite in love with to this day. Mark says, Can't Hurry Love by Phil Collins takes me back to Christmas as a kid. I don't know why. It's not a Christmas song. Yeah. You Can't Hurry Love. No, you'll just have to wait. Remember the most liked and disliked Christmas songs of the 80s? Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. Yeah, but also, this might be before your time, Monkey Boy. The number one when I was in, I'm thinking primary 2. So we're talking Christmas 1980 or 81, was a children's choir singing Grandma, We Love You.
Oh, yeah. No, Grandpa, wasn't it?
No, it was No, it was definitely Grandma, We Love You.
Because I can remember a Grandpa, We Love You.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was done to make the sexes equal.
It was a bunch of kids all sitting round an old man in an armchair singing "Grandpa, We Love You." Yeah,
because I remember having my mom making me use my pocket money to buy it for a Christmas gift. For my grandma. Let me see. Grandma, We Love You was the St. Winifred's School Choir, but when though?
Perhaps I'm misremembering it, but I could have sworn it was "Grandpa, We Love You." I'll look it up as well.
Yeah. Now I'm second guessing myself. Well, hang
Me too.
on. It was like, Grandma, we love you. Grandma, we do. Wasn't that it?
Yeah. No, I thought it was Grandpa.
Grandma, we love you. Wow, this is, oh my God, this is going to bother me now.
Yeah, one of us is misremembering it.
There's no one quite like Grandma. It was a format. It was 7-inch single, 45. Let me see this.
Granddad, We Love You, a song by Eddie Lee.
Oh, Eddie Lee. No, this was definitely a kid's. Hang on, it says country US. No, it wasn't country US. Let me just. I'm going to check my.
I've got Grandad, We Love You is what I've got. I don't know if you can see it on there, but I've got Grandad, We Love You. And there was a bunch of children all sitting around his chair singing to him. And the grandpa was a famous TV actor at the time.
Okay, I've just called up the singles charts from 1980, and the number one was a song called "There's No One Quite Like Grandma." So have I got these? So how do? Okay, I'm going to YouTube this on my phone. Hopefully, I don't get any strikes.
Yeah, I think there were two different songs. There was one, "There's No One Quite Like Grandma," or something like that, and then there was "Granddad, We Love You." Granddad, we love you.
Really?
Granddad, we do.
There's No One Quite Like Grandma's song. And they were on Top of the Pops. But
right.
I'm going to keep... I don't want to get picked up on the microphone too much, but skip ad. I'm going to try and go forward. Oh, good Lord. What a face on the kid. Grandma, we love you. Grandma, we do. So you're saying Grandpa, we love you was a song
Granddad.
also?
Granddad, we love you. Yeah. Granddad, we love you. So by Eddie Lee.
I can now say with certainty that the one I remember being forced to buy as a gift for Grandma, whilst it was called, whilst the song was called "There's No One Quite Like Grandma," the chorus was "Grandma, we love you. Grandma, we do."
Yeah.
Now, you're saying "Granddad, we love you."
Yep.
Granddad.
And the guy that was in it.
It's Clive Dunn.
Clive Dunn, yeah.
I remember. Hang on. So how does that song go? All right, it's a different song entirely.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Clive Dunn.
We're both right.
We're both right, but the Christmas number one in 1980 was the
grandma one.
Grandma one that I did. My mum, well, she didn't make me buy it, but she suggested with your pocket money, it would be nice to buy this for Grandma's Christmas. Huh, interesting. Yeah,
I see.
I do remember the Clive Dunn because he was the janitor in a children's BBC show, which was what? He was Dad's Army, obviously, but there was some...
I don't remember. He was in a few things. He popped up here and there, didn't he?
Yeah, hang on. If I do Clive Dunn, Clive Dunn children's series. Look, the series was called Grandad. After Dad's Army ended, Dunn capitalized on his reputation for playing elderly character roles by playing the lead character Charlie Quick in the slapstick children's TV series Grandad from 79 to 84.
Right, yeah.
Yep, that's okay. So now we have to do a video talking about those kids choir, or that kids choir singing "Grandma, we love you, Grandma, we do." But sadly, when I obviously this is what 2022, so I guess 2020, I did a Christmas show every day to the build up for Christmas and looked at the top 10 of each year in that decade. Very few Christmas songs made the top of the charts.
Really?
Yeah. Just looked, and Can't Hurry Love was actually Christmas 82. Maybe that's why. Okay. I remember a very rude song called Santa Claus, You Cunt. Where's my fucking... But I don't think it was the 80s.
Yeah, that was Kevin Wilson. Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Elvis apparently complimented Mudsinger on how much he sounded like him. Okay, that makes sense because, as I said, for years I thought I'd assumed it was Elvis.
Well, I found that out today.
Oh wow!
So, yep, just now when you said, I
Yeah.
always thought that was him.
Yeah, I got Gary Newman's "The Pleasure Principle" on LP for Christmas Eve, 1980. Played it every day for about 2 weeks after. It reminds me of Christmas every time I hear it. Cars. Any non-Xmas song? Oh, awesome! Yeah, non-Christmas songs. Ooh, let me think about that. Not really, to be honest.
I think the only songs that take me back are probably Michael Jackson songs, like anything off the Bad album.
Yeah,
really takes me back to childhood.
I would probably answer by saying that anything off Adam and the Ants' Prince Charming album, because I got that for Christmas 1981, and I played that a lot on Christmas Day and thereafter. So I guess to an extent that would be something that would remind me of Christmas.
Yeah, I used to like Adam and the Ants. They were very good.
Yeah, very good.
I liked the sort of the image of it and how they presented. I thought that was quite interesting to me as a kid.
Well, I think, bearing in mind, I would have been. Let me think about this. 6 years old when I began listening to it on Top of the Pops, and I'll be honest, it was more the image than the music, because this was like a superhero swinging on chandeliers and breaking through castle windows and all that other stuff. It was like, oh my God, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And the music was pretty good as well. Although the funny thing was, though, the album Prince Charming that I got for Christmas when I would have been in, I'm guessing, primary 3, although I was a fan in primary 2 for certain, because I do remember drawing Adam and the Ant in the art class, well, not art class, but the primary class. Anyway, the album itself has one song called Mile High Club and another song called SEX. So as a kid of that age, obviously way above my head, I'm sure my parents thought, what the hell are we giving this kid for Christmas? When they were rapping it, because that's out there. And then to compound things, in 1982, with my own pocket money, I bought Motorhead's Iron Fist on cassette, and there's a song on there called "Sex and Outrage." So I don't know what my parents would have thought of that, but regardless, it is what it is, and I think I grew up okay. Story of the Blues by the Mighty Wah was a great 80s song. You know what? I don't think I know that one. Oh, wow. Blake, thank you so much. This is incredibly kind of you. Cheers, Dean and Monkey, for a great Christmas. Oh, thank you, sir. That is incredibly generous. And
thanks, Blake. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Very much appreciated, and it does absolutely help things. Thank you, sir, so much.
Oh, thank you, man.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood, relax. Oh, yeah, I had no idea what that meant. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know why it was bad. Because it was talked about that it was banned from the BBC and all this and that. So, what's going on here? And then someone somewhere got hold of a copy that I listened to. I thought, what's wrong with that? It went completely over my head.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, it's so funny you brought that up. I did get a message from someone asking me to do a reaction video, which I don't think I've ever done. They sent me a clip that I should watch of Frankie Goes to Hollywood performing Relax, because apparently this is the most 80s thing you'll ever see. And apparently it also includes Lemmy. So I'm like, okay, maybe we can try that, but I don't know. But yeah, Relax was one of those songs that I think grew this reputation that it really didn't quite live up to, because it really wasn't bad at all, was it?
Not that I recall, but then I never really thought about it actually.
Relax, don't do it when you want to sucker to it. I mean, what does that even mean?
Yeah, when you want to come.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, don't know. I never really thought about it.
Although someone did mention recently about one of Fred Mercury's Queen songs, "Don't Stop Me Now." I'm having such a good time, I'm having a ball. Something about those lyrics were slightly suggestive that I had no idea about.
Oh.
I forget what it is now. Oh, no. Someone had suggested it was bordering on sort of rape, because don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time.
Right.
As if, it's all getting quite ridiculous these days.
That sounds like a bit of a reach.
Yeah, I think so. Or is that a reach around? The song "Relax" was very risky in a very risky movie called Body Double during a porn shoot. Okay. I think the video is quite risque for its time. What's this? Oh, thank you, all supporters. Yay, thank you, supporters. Thank you, Petchy. Joe Dolce and "Shut Up in Your Face." What's the matter with you? Hey, why you looking so sad? Think it kept Vienna off the top. Yeah, it did actually. Vienna, Ultravox. I actually remember seeing Ultravox or the video, that black and white video on Top of the Pops as a kid, and thinking to myself, I don't really understand what's going on, but I like the music. But then when Joe Dolce got the #1 spot at school the following Friday, everyone, shut up in your face. That's all they ever said.
Yeah.
And I think that was a teacher's worst nightmare, because it kind of made being rude almost acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, I remember that. That was good, yeah.
What's the matter, you? Hey, why you look so sad? It's a nicer place. Shut up in your face. There were so many terrible #1s in the UK.
Yeah.
Especially one name that did crop up when I was looking back in time prior to these streams was the band Black Lace, like Agadoo.
Oh, yeah.
They had a few shockers that seemed to really catch on.
That Agadoo was in every single school disco I went to.
Yep. And what was their other one? Like to do with it was like a train of sorts where you had to grab, or was that Agadoo? No, Agadoo was like shaking pineapples, right?
Yeah.
But there was another one that do. Come on, let's do the conga. Choo.
Make a train across the floor.
The trainer. Yeah, was that it?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah.
And that's Black Lace.
I'm not sure about that one, but definitely the other one. Push pineapple, shake the tree.
Yeah. Blake says to Petch, "Oh, you're welcome. Welcome back from Thailand." Yes, welcome back from Thailand, Mrs. 88. Yeah, it's very cold here.
Is it? It snowed. It snowed last night. There was snow this morning.
Well, actually, this morning I watched Hibs play a friendly game, and prior to kickoff, the snow, or I should say, the pitch was covered in snow.
Right.
So they had to put the understill heating on. We've had no snow yet here, but it's been bordering on the freezing mark, and it's quite unbearable, to be honest, having been used to like 35-degree temperatures for a few months.
Yeah. Well, I was very surprised this morning to look out the window and everything was white. I was like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
Huh. Black Lace song Superman, the conga. That was the one. The conga, and a song called "We're Having a Gangbang." What? Oh boy! So yeah, the conga was it? Come on, let's do the conga. No,
come on and do the conga.
So that yeah, and weren't they like this really cheesy duo with like blonde permed hair, sunglasses, and fake tans?
Don't remember.
What was the name of the duet in '82 with the fat Spanish bloke sang "Save Your Love, My Darling"? They were special guests at the opening of the new gallery. Yeah, Renee and Renato. Save your love for me. I think. Hang on, let me just do Renee and Renato. Yeah, 82 sounds about right. My typing is awful. I understand why some of these comments come out badly because my typing is terrible. Renee and Renato. Renee and Renato were a female-male vocal duo who had a UK #1 hit in December '82 with "Save Your Love." Yep, that was #1 in '82.
Right.
Oh, we got some emojis there. Yep. Oh, Renee and Renato. Yeah. So the UK has a history of putting pretty awful songs in the #1 spot.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a #1, but do you remember Star Trekking?
Yep. I had to perform that on stage with all the actions. It was a bit like the Time Warp in that it had choreographed moves to it, and we did it on stage when I was in the Cubs. Yeah, I remember that one. Always going forward because we can't find reverse.
That's right. Yeah. Calling Captain, was it? There's Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. Yeah. There's Klingons on the starboard bow, sir. Star Trekking.
Across the universe. Always going forward because we can't find reverse. Yeah.
And then we had the chicken song from Spitting Image.
Oh, that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, Jason remembers Star Trekking.
Yeah, that was quality.
But now, obviously, I've not followed up on the UK's music for almost 2 decades, but I believe for the past however many years, the Christmas #1 has been some guy who sings about sausage rolls or something. No,
don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't watch TV or anything like that, so I don't keep up to it, up to date with it.
It's just honestly, it's just some dude. He's not even a pop star. He's just some dude who makes these ridiculous songs that have been #1 for the last however many years.
Really? That sounds all right. I wouldn't mind checking that out.
It's called Lad Baby. And I love sausage rolls. That was #1 in 2019. So if I Google Lad Baby.
I'll put it in my tablet now so I can watch it later.
Yeah, but I think it's awful though. Lad Baby.
Oh, yeah.
He's a British blogger, YouTuber, and social media personality from Nottingham.
A Buddhist blogger, did you say?
No, British blogger.
Oh, a British blogger.
Yeah, he's not Buddhist, he's British. And his wife so obviously he's one of these like chicky chappy characters. Hang on.
What was it called again? What was it called?
Lad Baby, one word. Hang on.
Oh,
there's someone at the door.
There's somebody at the door.
It's Jason. Hello there.
Hey, Jason.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm still having a mic.
How are you, Jason?
I can't actually hear you.
Oh.
So I reckon it is my phone. So
we can hear you.
Let me see if I can sort it out.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah. Okay. By all means, do whatever you have to do, Jason.
We can hear you just fine, buddy.
Yeah. You're coming through loud and clear. By all means, do whatever you have to do, Jason.
We can hear you just fine, buddy.
Yeah. Oh.
You've got a big delay, Jason.
Yeah.
Right, I'll just turn my sound on my TV, so I'm going to turn that back off.
Okay. So, Jason, are you hearing us?
I think he's got a big delay.
Yeah.
Can't hear you now, Jason.
Can't hear you, Jason. Bearded Geek Toy says, do you remember Doctor and Targus, which sampled Gary Glitter's Rock and Roll Part 2?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Time Lords.
What was that Lad Baby song, did you say? Oh, I've got here Lad Baby Sausage Roll.
Yeah. So, Jason, can you hear us okay?
Apparently, there's several different ones. We've got Lad Baby Sausage Rolls for Everyone.
No, I want to go and see if maybe we can try and do one of these backstage first and see if I can sort the problem out another time.
Right, take your time, Jason. No
luck
worries.
with this one.
No worries.
Shut up for now.
Okay, Jason.
Cheers, buddy.
Elo John got a new motorcycle by Alexis Sale. Now, did he also do the commercials for, was it Toshiba? Hello, John got a new Toshiba or something?
Maybe. I've got a vague recollection of it, but I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Now, I'm looking at the clock here. Now, if you're okay to continue, I can continue. But do you have any more Looking magazines close to hand?
No, I only had the one.
Oh, did you finish the whole thing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh boy,
that's all right. I've got some bits I can show off.
Well, show your bits. Yeah, because I I have to spend a penny, as Grandma would once say. So let me make you big, and you can entertain the folks for a short while. Okay?
No worries. Yep.
All right.
Hello, everyone. So, if you guys want to see the bits and pieces I picked up this week, I will do a video on this in the future. But Jason, who you've just seen briefly, actually sent me two lovely gifts this week. The first being Snarf from the Thundercats. Now, this is one figure that I didn't own, and I wasn't sure that I was going to actually bother to get him. But now Jason's actually sent me this, so I can add this to the collection. But I didn't realise that Snarf actually has an articulated tail. So you can move his tail backwards and forwards. He's also got an articulated head and arms. But I didn't realise that he had that much articulation. I thought that he was basically a statue with moving arms. I didn't realise that his head and his tail moved. So that's really nice to add to the collection. Thank you, Jason. I wouldn't have actually bought that myself. So we've got Snarf. So there he is. And Jason also very kindly sent me one of the Burbles. Now, if you remember in the cartoon, these were sort of like, they're a bit like Ewoks, but robotic. I'm not sure what this one is because there were a few of them, but I'm not that familiar with the Burbles. But this is one of those. So yeah, thanks, Jason. Thanks so much. You sent me a Snarf and a Burble, so they'll be joining my my Thundercats collection. That's really kind of him. I will pop those in a video at some point soon on the channel. Also this week I have received another Whiplash, a vintage Whiplash. I do own Whiplash already, but the one I've got is quite worn, and some of the paint and stuff on his face was worn. I guess I could have touched it up myself, but I just decided to buy another one. So I've got another Whiplash here. The one I had previously also had a split in his tail near the shoulder, but this one is in great condition, and his action feature still works. So yeah, I picked myself another Whiplash. I also, in the same package, got a Grislaw in fairly good condition. Now you can find Grislaw for a reasonable price on eBay. He's not uncommon, but quite often the fur isn't in good condition. This one, the fur's in great condition, and he smells lovely. So yeah, got myself a Grislaw there to add to the collection. I'm not sure what year he was released, and I have looked on him for a date, but I can't see one. I can only assume the date is on his harness here, but I don't intend to take that off. So it's a bit of a mystery what year that was. I would think it's probably about 1985 or so.
Take it off.
And the final thing I got this week, he didn't have any accessories, but the final thing I got was a Beastman in fairly good condition. It's really difficult to find him with his paint, with his face paint still on, but this one that I've got is in fantastic condition, as you can see.
Really
so
nice.
I bought some. I bought the chest armor for him separately, but I haven't been able to get the armbands for him because they are ridiculously expensive, and there seems to be the only ones available are in America, and I don't really want to pay sort of the equivalent of about £40 to get his armbands. So for now, he'll just have to have his chest armor when that arrives. But yeah, there are my pickups from this week.
Excellent.
I don't. You won't have seen this, Dean, but I just pointed out that Jason, who we just spoke to, sent me a snarf and a burble.
Oh wow!
Very kindly. Yeah, it was really kind of him. He came into possession of these recently, and he knew that I collected the line, and I guess he knew that I didn't have a snarf and a burble, so he's very kindly sent those along. Okay,
so excuse my ignorance. The name Snarf is very familiar, but what's the line?
Well, so Snarf is one of the characters from the Thundercats. He's sort of like he's the equivalent of a Scrappy Doo, right? Or a T-Bob from Mask. He's sort of like a supplementary character.
Okay. No,
a bit of a cheeky little fellow, but a lovely little figure.
Here's a question for you. Thundercats, I definitely did watch. Was their nemesis Safari Joe?
No. Their nemesis was Mum-Ra, the ever-living.
So who is Safari Joe?
I don't know who Safari Joe is. I know Texas Pete, but I don't know Safari Joe.
Okay. Comments, please. Which cartoon had Safari Joe? Because when he captured the heroes, he would say, Safari Joe strikes again.
Oh, no, I don't recall that. I don't recall that at all. I can show you who the nemesis for Thundercats was.
Mum-Ra. I do remember Mum-Ra.
Well, there was Mum-Ra, who was this guy, who was like a mummy type character.
That's right.
And then he would utter the phrase, ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living. And then he would transform into this guy.
Right, okay, hang on a second here. I put into Google Safari Joe, and it came up with Thundercats. So, do you know who Safari Joe is?
No, this is news to me. It must have been a character in one of the later seasons. Maybe I'm not aware of him. It's the first time I've heard of it.
I would have watched it probably 2 years prior to you watching it, I'm sure.
Right. Oh, I don't know.
So let me get images.
I wasn't heavily into Thundercats, but I must say that doesn't ring a bell. So no, I'm being educated now.
No, because to me that catchphrase stuck in my mind. Safari Joe's. We got a figure.
Oh,
look. Hang on.
I can't see because I'm on the screen.
Sorry, wrong camera. I do apologize.
I'm still big.
If I go to this camera, that is Safari Joe.
I'm still big. I can only see me.
Oh, really? You're still big?
Yep. Yep, I'm still big. Yep, absolutely. Oh, there we go.
Hang on.
Oh, okay, cool. So that's another figure I've got to buy now, is it?
Of course. That is Safari Joe. Because I always remember on the cartoon, he would capture the Thundercats in some sort of primitive cage. He'd say, Safari Joe strikes again.
Really? Okay, now I'm going to have to buy that figure and the box set on DVD so I can see him.
Yeah. Jason says, no idea why I could not hear you from before. Don't worry, Jason. I don't know if you try maybe earphones or something. I don't know. That might work. Yes, please. Only one Kenobi is here. Good evening to you.
Hello, Ook.
Ook. Same here, Monkey Boy. Never really realized as well. Evening, Ook. Hello there, bearded geek. Monkey Boy, do you have any Super 7 Thundercats?
No, I don't, Blake. I was quite taken with the promo shots before they were released, and then when they were released, I watched some YouTube videos, and actually, I really wasn't very impressed with the quality.
Really?
And it's the first time that I know a lot of people have issues with Super 7, and I get that. I know that sometimes there's been sort of complaints about the price, sometimes complaints about the quality. For my part, I've never had any issues with Super 7. Every Super 7 thing that I own, I am 100% happy with. I've got no issues with them at all.
Me too.
But I must say, those Super 7 Thundercats did not look very good. I mean, for example, the promo shots of Chitara looked pretty good. I was fairly happy with that. I thought, oh, that's a figure I might like to pick up. However, they made some changes to the sculpt, and now she's got a fat ass. So I can see why some people might have a problem with those. So no, Blake, I don't have any of those Thundercats, I'm afraid.
Right. So Blake says it was a one-off villain, and then says he was only in one episode. However, that one episode has stuck in my mind all these decades. I just remember Safari Joe strikes again.
Wow.
Okay, I think I need to do a YouTube short of, if I can find that clip, because that for me that must have been what, 80, I don't know, 83, 84?
Which clip?
Safari Joe strikes again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I remember distinctly he captured the Thundercats in some sort of cage and then proclaimed Safari Joe. And for that name is stuck in my head for decades. I thought he was the nemesis. Some of the Thundercat figures are rare to find. Huh.
Yeah, I can't. He can't have been that big a character, because I would have remembered it, because I did watch all the Thundercats.
Well, evidently not.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's bizarre. I'll have a look and see when.
But the fact is, they obviously have an action figure of this guy.
Yeah. Well, I might have to get him.
Well, yeah.
1985, the show first aired.
Okay.
And it had 65 episodes.
Yeah.
and apparently Safari Joe was in the first season, episode 24.
And that was
so
it.
I must have seen it. Well, according to this, yeah, I must have seen him.
Yeah.
But just the one episode.
That's quite
Safari
something.
Joe comes to Earth seeking prey, and he begins hunting the Thundercats.
Huh. How bizarre that. That's the one of the whole cartoon. That's the one thing I remember.
That's weird, isn't it?
But so you've passed on the Super 7 Thundercats.
Yeah, I have on those, unfortunately. I looked online on some reviews on YouTube for the first wave, and the reviews weren't great. And also for the second wave, and they weren't great either. So I've decided to not get those. I would have done potentially, especially Panthro and Chitara. But no, the reviews haven't been great. The molds aren't very good. And they look a bit peculiar, and also I think some of the paint apps aren't very very accurate from what I can see. So unfortunately, they won't be joining the collection. But as I say, I've got no issues with the other Super 7 stuff. No. I've got a lot of their Club Grayskull Motu figures, and I'm really happy with them. I mean, I've got one of them. I've got one of them here. Mm-hmm. I've got the Laughing Prince Adam that they did. I picked this one up loose at Norwich Toy Fair, and I don't have any issues with it at all. I'm really happy with the figure. Yeah. His joints are nice and stiff. I mean, there isn't really any paint apps to speak of, so I can't really speak to that. But you know, the elbows are ratcheted, the knees are ratcheted. Yeah. It's a very nice sculpt. I don't have any issues with it at all. This is one that I was thinking of buying on eBay in the box, but I think it was about £70. And then I spotted this one at Norwich Toy Fair for £20, and I asked the guy if he would take 15, and he said yes. So I just picked this one up loose. Yeah, really happy with it. I must say I do like their reaction line as well. I've got quite a lot of their reaction figures down here. I won't show you now, but I've got several of the reaction figures from them, and I'm really happy with them. Got no problems at all.
It seems very trendy to hate on Super 7. Yeah. I only go on my own experience. I've had nothing but positive results, and in particular, the other day when I did the unboxings and all, that Ghost Papa was not meant to be delivered until December. So they actually delivered it in advance of the date they had suggested.
Yeah.
And it came extremely well packaged. There were emails all the way along letting me know when it was out for shipping, when it got delivered, etc.
Yeah.
I've not opened the figure yet. I don't know about the quality. I'm sure it's okay. We'll find out when I do the video. But I don't understand this hate. Even my reaction figures, the Iron Maiden and the Ghost that I have one loose Iron Maiden figure that came in one of those blind boxes that I took out to play with. The joints move perfectly well.
Yeah.
It's solid, it stands up. The accessory fits in the hand very nicely. I don't understand what the problem people have is.
No, I think it depends on what you're collecting. I mean, I know, for example, their Silverhawks line was a real shit show.
Oh, really?
They weren't vac metalized. They didn't look as if they didn't look right. I mean, they should have gone down the road of vac metalizing, but they didn't. So I can understand people's frustration with that. That's absolutely fine. But Silverhawks isn't something that interests me. So I have no experience. You know, all my experience with Super 7 so far has been either with the reaction line, or with their Club Grayskull line, or with their Motu 5.5-inch Filmation figures.
Yeah.
And I'm completely happy with all of them. I've got no issues. I mean, the Skeletor here that I use, obviously in Skeletor's channel, he's the Super 7 one, and I think he looks fantastic. He looks just like the cartoon.
Did not know that.
I'm really happy with him. They included the action feature, which isn't included in the Origins line. Yeah, and they're just 5 POA. Well, 6 if you include the waist. So they're sort of 6 POA action figures. And for me, these actually stir up more nostalgia than the Origins do because of the 5 POA and because of this action feature. But I like the way that they look. Beast Man and Merman and all of them, they look exactly as they did in the cartoon. So for me, they're just as good as the vintage ones, but in my opinion, even a little bit better because they look like the cartoon. So I'm more than happy with the Super 7 stuff that I've had so far. I do understand the frustrations. Some people have been very pissed off about the quality of the Thundercats, which I fully get. And if I had bought them, I probably would be pissed off as well. So I guess, you pay your money, you take your choice. I don't have a problem with their price point. I know they're a little more expensive. But for example, I've got I bought the Lost Boys figures from Super 7. There's only 2 available.
Okay.
And I don't think you've seen the Lost Boys, have you? No. Well, I mean, it's okay to be wrong. But we've got the two figures here. And actually, this one is meant to be displayed this way up. If you look carefully, you can see that just here is the hang. That's where the tab is for hanging. This one is meant to be displayed upside down because in the film there's a scene where this character is hanging upside down. As you can see, if you hold the box this way up, the Lost Boys logo is the right way up. Okay. But again, these are the reaction line, and they are a little expensive for the scale of figure, but the card backs are fantastic. They're nice, thick card stock. The images are brilliant. I've got no issues at all with what I've had from Super 7 so far. Like I said, I do appreciate that people have had issues, and I recognise why. And I'm not saying that those people are wrong. No. I would be pissed off as well, especially if I was a Silverhawks fan. I would be mightily pissed off that they got the license and then seemingly wasted it by not choosing to go down the VAC metalized route. But no, I've got no problems. As a customer so far, I've been very happy with them.
Yeah, I like the fact that when you buy a Super 7 reaction, especially in the music line, it is like getting basically a album cover with an additional action figure.
Yeah. The Iron Maiden ones are lovely.
Yeah. And for that reason, I don't open those ones because it's all part of the whole package.
You don't open them?
No, I don't open those ones.
Shock.
Yeah, it is actually. Although I do have the one opened because also as well, we have to admit, they did go down that line whereby they offered these carded Iron Maiden figures. And then they had the one, which at the time was from the Made in Japan EP. You could only get by way of a blind box.
Yeah.
So I got the blind box and got the figure out the box to check it out. Great figure. And then down the line, they released it on a card. So now I got it on a card. So I've got this extra figure. But based on what I felt with that figure, the figure's good. It's fine. There's no complaints from me.
Yeah.
And am I right in thinking that the Thundercats that you did not buy, were those the Ultimates line? Yeah. Those 7-inch figures? I see.
Yeah, I must say I was disappointed because I really would have bought the Panther and the Chitara at least those two. But having seen the sort of people online opening them and looking at them, it's really not. The changes they've made to Kitara's sculpt are awful. I mean, she's supposed to be very lithe. I mean, I've got no. This isn't a body image thing as such. But she doesn't look right. She's too bottom heavy. She just doesn't look like Kitara.
So Ben is glad we're still alive. He had to nip out. Okay, glad you're back here, Ben. I like the Back to the Future Super 7 line.
Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, that's all right.
Dean needs to have a proper 80s movie marathon. Yeah, it's possible. It's true.
Yeah, I was thinking last night about the films that you haven't seen, and it made me sad. Yeah. And I was thinking about you saying you weren't sure if you'd seen Ghostbusters or not, which is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard.
Well, no, it's absolutely
I mean, either
true.
you have or you haven't. You shouldn't be unsure about it.
Well, no, I know I've seen parts. I just don't remember if I saw the whole movie or not.
Oh,
it's entirely possible I've seen it. The fact is, I genuinely have such a short attention span. In order to sit down and to commit to 2 hours, it has to be something I'm really, really into.
Yeah.
And
I was looking at some of the films that came out in 1983, and it was one of the best films out of '83 was, apart from Return of the Jedi, obviously, was Scarface. Scarface was out in '83.
So that I've seen, yeah.
So yeah.
83. I mean, I would have been what, 9. So yeah. What year did Ghostbusters first come out?
Ooh, that's a good one. I want to say 1986. Let's have a look.
I mean, I fully enjoyed the Ray Parker Jr. Song.
Oh, everyone loves that. 1984. 1984, that came out. Yeah.
So that means chances are, hang on, 84. So I would have been, 10. But again, in my entire childhood, my parents, and that was at this point just my mom, because my dad was always working. I only went to the cinema once with my mom, and that was to see E.T. The only other 2 times in the whole of the 80s, I saw E.T. with my mom in 82. In 83, I saw Return of the Jedi for a friend's birthday party. And then I'm guessing, 89 maybe, Who Framed Roger Rabbit was with the church club. So I was only in a theater 3 times in the 80s.
Wow.
Is that sad?
I don't think I went an awful lot in the 80s.
Yeah.
The one that stands out is Return of the Jedi. I mean, that's such a powerful memory for me, because I can remember being absolutely devastated when Vader died, and I was sobbing my eyes out in the cinema. And that was the only time I think I ever went to the cinema with my mum.
Well, the funny thing about Jedi is that, having not seen Empire Strikes Back, I didn't know who Yoda was, but when Yoda died, I did cry.
But you didn't cry when Vader died?
No, I was happy, I think.
Oh.
because bearing in mind, I hadn't seen Empire Strikes Back, so I didn't know it was his father. You know, the whole thing was messed up.
Well, yeah. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed Jedi. I mean, that was amazing to see that speeder bike chase on the big screen. It just blew my mind. Unbelievable.
Well, for me, I've always been a big fan of the lightsaber. And that scene where Luke's about to step off the plank into the Sarlacc pit,
Yeah.
That made my whole year, just seeing R2D2 project the saber. That was awesome. And again, even on Endor, when he's like slicing at the biker scouts, that made me really happy.
I mean, that was such a. I mean, I think that was probably the film that made me a man, because seeing, well, not a man, but seeing Princess Leia in the gold bikini when you're that age and sort of thinking, I like this, but I don't know why. It's that really did. That did make a very big impression on me as a young guy.
Yeah, although I think my previous years of flicking through the lingerie section of the catalogs made me somewhat dulled to the experience. But I know exactly what you're saying. But it was just the whole sort of just the action scenes for me. So I guess I was 9 years old watching this in the theater, and trying my best not to let my friends see me cry because Yoda had just died. But also as well, I didn't know who Lando Calrissian was because I hadn't seen Empire Strikes Back. It's like, why is this guy piloting the Millennium Falcon? None of it made any sense to me. I just sort of absorbed all the action and thoroughly enjoyed it. And of course, I guess a year or two later, when ITV finally showed Empire Strikes Back, it all made sense.
Yeah.
But at the time, as a kid, it was all about action figures and seeing the action on the big screen. So I was, pretty happy with that.
Have you got a favorite of the original trilogy?
It's probably Empire Strikes Back.
If I had to pick one, I would pick Empire. But honestly, they're all about the same for me, because Star Wars really made a big impression on me when I saw it for the first time, because I was able to then associate the toys I had with the story.
Right. Exactly.
Empire, you could argue, is the better film out of the three. It's got a very nice structure.
Yeah.
And the beginning, the middle, and the end are very well crafted and well done.
Yeah.
But then I've got these very strong positive memories of watching Jedi as well. So for me, I find it very hard to pick a favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put a gun to my head, I would say Empire. But
that's it. No, I have very strong memories of each film. So, for example, and I've shared this before, seeing Luke Skywalker on the Millennium Falcon take his seat at the gunners, thing.
Yeah.
I remember very distinctly one Christmas day, we'd finished dinner, everyone's in the living room, and I'm playing around the house, and the legs of the dining table had this curve to them.
Yeah.
That if I sat back on it, I was like as if I was in that gunner's chair. I just remember pretending I was Luke Skywalker firing at TIE fighters. That's a great memory of mine.
Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back. This is so sad. So I didn't see that until I was probably in high school, believe it or not. And when I watched it, I was so taken on with the whole thing about Luke becoming this Jedi, and that was when I began to really admire the lightsaber as a weapon. Now, at this point in time, I had gotten my own stereo system for playing cassettes and vinyls. So the tape player that I'd been given from my parents, which was like a 70s throwback, was no longer of any use, but it had this retractable aerial to pick up a radio signals.
Yeah.
I thought, hang on a minute, if I take that off and can extend it, that's like a lightsaber. So I took this aerial off, and then we were playing five-a-side football one evening at the local gym. But because I'd been watching Empire Strikes Back, I thought I was a Jedi. And I took this aerial and hid it inside my shin pads. This is ridiculous. So this would be a Saturday night, and we would play football five-a-side for a while. And then we would turn the lights out and just have a big carry-on. So when the lights went out, I pulled out this aerial, extended it, and I began hitting people with it, and then I would put it back and hide it back in the shin pad and say, "Oh, it wasn't me."
Oh my God!
I thought it was.
Have you ever been hit with an aerial? It's really painful.
Yeah, of course it is.
They make a very good self-defense weapon.
Well, actually, believe it or not, a few years back on a trip to Thailand, I actually bought an extendable baton.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, this is going to be great. I'm going to be like so safe with this. And then I get back to New York. I've got it in my backpack for work. And then I thought, let me just check if this is legal. So I do a quick search. Shit, this is in New York City. This is very much illegal.
Really?
So let me see if I still have it. I think I do actually. It's pretty awesome, actually.
All right, everyone. Dean's looking for weaponry.
Yeah, I found it. So it came in this little pouch like this.
Oh, wow.
And I think if I hold it, so you hold it this way, and I think, oh, there we go.
Fucking hell.
And it's even got a nice sort of grip to it. Yeah, but it's completely illegal here, so I can't carry it.
Really?
Yeah, I would love to have. Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, honestly, when you hold this, no one can touch you. Well, unless they have a gun, of course. Yeah, so sadly, I cannot use this here. And you have to actually hit it really hard to put it down again. Oh, there we go. So that's it retracted. Right. So it fits into the size. And again, if I can show you on screen.
Fuck.
When I saw it, I thought, oh my God, that's basically a lightsaber.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But no, can't have it here.
Oh.
Is that okay in the UK?
No.
No?
No.
Why?
Yeah, no. Definitely not.
Oh, that's sad. Ghostbusters and Gremlins, both 84.
Yeah.
Gremlins, I did collect the Panini stickers of that line.
Terminator, that was 84 as well.
Oh yeah. Was it I Want Your Boots and Your Motorcycle or something? Or
that was from Terminator 2.
2?
Yeah.
Really? I thought it was when he came through that sort of vortex and was naked in the first one.
The first one, the line was, "Your clothes, give them to me now." And in Terminator 2, it was, "I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle."
Okay. So I have seen those ones.
Excellent.
Ben says, coming at Dean's moving, watching history from the other angle, which movies are favorites nostalgic? Wrath of Khan is very much a favorite of mine.
That's the only one I've seen.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that was 2, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Number
Star
2.
Trek 2.
Yeah.
The first one, the motion picture, it's a little bit boring, but it's well filmed, but it's kind of boring. What else? I don't know. I was more about TV than film, to be honest. Sorry, my keyboard went crazy. No problem. Superman 3 came out same summer as Jedi. Right.
Yeah.
I heard Dean cried to E.T. Yeah, I did. Absolutely, I did. It was embarrassing.
I was upset at the end of that.
So 82 would put me at what, 8? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was distressed by the ending. Terrible.
I was 5 when that came out.
Yeah. In 83, you also had the Battle of the Bond films, Octopussy, starring Moore, and Never Say Never Again with Sean Connery. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Empire, also my number 1 of the 3. Jeff. Hello, guys. Love the old stories. Never grow up. Nah, never. Me too. I played with the lightsaber. Radio antenna. Yeah, free it was. It was like, it was this size, and then it was this size. It was that was my lightsaber. Although I did have, for Christmas, and I'm guessing like 81 maybe, I had the unofficial lightsaber. I forget the name, like laser sword or something. Basically, a flashlight with a big tube on the end of it.
Yeah.
It served its purpose.
Was that the one that used to make the noise when you waved it? It used to go whoa, 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 because it had an open end on it?
No, mine wasn't even that fancy. It was just a simple blue flashlight. And when you took the tube or the blade off, it was just a regular flashlight. It was blue with an on and off switch.
Yeah.
But I remember in my bedroom, I was scared to use it at night because it gave off just enough light that you could see a little bit. And in my mind, I thought, oh my God, that's enough to see a ghost face. So I would quickly put it off again because I was kind of scared to have that half light situation.
Oh, wow.
Hang on. Oh, you mean this? What, paint this green? Hang on. Yeah. And the thing is, that is absolutely solid.
Yeah.
And even when it's up like this, it won't go down. Oh, it does go down actually, but you have to really stick it hard to get it back down again.
That's a beast.
It's such a comfortable grip, man. I cannot believe I'm not allowed to have this. That's so unfair. But yeah, if that was painted green, that would be cool. I've been searching for a force beam for years. It was basically a knockoff, an orange torch with a white plastic tube and a green filter. Yeah. Jason says, night all, Dean. Okay, night, Jason. Take it easy. Sleep well.
Bye, Jason. See you, man. Thanks again for the lovely gifts. It's really kind of you, man.
Awesome. I have the one that is retractable from the Thundar and
Thundar the Barbarian
cartoon. Nice.
Yeah.
Man, I cried at the cinema during the Muppet movie when I thought they were going to eat Kermit as frog's legs. I think I was 3. I have passed. Night, Jason. Yeah. Wow. Hang on. 3 hours, 49 minutes. Okay, this is getting crazy again. How did that happen? So, I guess we're going to get back to the Christmas theme. Aside from Christmas Day, what do you have any memories leading up to Christmas as a child that you want to share? I have one that's rather embarrassing, and we'll get to that.
Okay. Well, Christmas for me has always been a little bit weird because my birthday is just a few days, is less than a week before Christmas. So my Christmas and birthday memories are all kind of mixed up.
Right.
What would happen is when it would basically my parents would say to me, what do you want for Christmas? What are you going to ask Santa for Christmas? And also, what do you want for your birthday? And so some years I would get my main present for my birthday. And some years I would get it for Christmas. So it would depend on, and I was always given the choice. They would say, well, you know, for example, I would say, oh, well, I really want the switchblade, mask switchblade.
Yeah.
My parents would say, okay, do you want that for your birthday present or for your Christmas present? So I was given the choice of which to have it for.
Right.
And also my very strong memories of Christmas are putting up the Christmas tree, because we always used to do that on my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't put our tree up early in the month. It was always very, very late. So my birthday was always sort of linked very closely with Christmas, because that's when we put up the tree and decorated the tree. So the two things very much went hand in hand for me.
Yeah. So the memory I'm going to share, I'm extremely embarrassed by, but once I explain it, I will also explain that it never happened in later life. Now, this had to have been Christmas of '84, and I had just bought the new Smash Hits magazine, and in the center spread was a Duran Duran poster.
Right.
And Grandma had just arrived to stay for Christmas, and we were getting ready to go out for Christmas or Christmas Eve lunch somewhere. And I remember quite distinctly, and I'm so ashamed by this, but I remember looking at that center spread of Duran Duran and looking at Nick Rhodes with all that big hair and makeup, and saying to my dad, "Oh, I can't wait till I'm old enough to wear makeup."
Excellent. Excellent.
Thankfully,
What did he say?
He was like taken aback. He's like, "Oh, no, that's not gonna." But I can hand on heart, I have never worn makeup in my life. But as a 10-year-old, I was so taken in by that image.
Yeah.
In Smash Hits, like, wow. Thinking back now, what must he have thought hearing his son say that?
Yeah. But that was the big thing in the 80s. I mean, you had Duran Duran, you had Boy George, you had Adam Ant. I mean, everyone was at it, weren't they? They were all wearing makeup.
Yeah. But that was minutes before getting into the car to go for lunch on Christmas Eve with Grandma. And
excellent.
Yeah. But I also remember as well, prior to that, one time, again, this had to have been 84, maybe even 85, where I remember being in the bathroom or the toilets at primary school and using water to try and tease my hair out at the back to make it look more like Duran Duran.
Excellent.
Crazy times.
Good work. Yeah, I was never into Duran Duran or Wham or any of that. I liked the when I was growing up, I was, like I said, I didn't really listen to music a great deal anyway. I don't think I really appreciated it.
Right.
But the music that I did was mainly it was stuff like Bananarama, Belinda Carlisle, you know, and it was mainly the females that I was interested in.
Yeah, good.
Most of the male bands I didn't really think, apart from Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
That was about it. But the rest was all, as I say, you know, Sheena Easton, Kim Wilde.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. Who was that other chick? That Latina chick.
Was that the
Gloria Estefan?
Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. So Enrico has a good question here. What was number one in '83? That was the Flying Pickets and I think it was Only You. If I have it pulled up here, 83. Let me see quickly. I think it was the Flying Pickets. Yeah, Only You by the Flying Pickets, which was a terrible song in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Yeah, it was like all a cappella. It was horrible. One of the traditions is getting the Christmas radio times and TV times and selecting what you wanted to watch over the festive holidays. Absolutely. That was always such a thrill when Mum came in with the brand new TV times, radio times, and you'd flick through it, hoping to see something of interest. And when you saw a movie you wanted to watch, you were so happy. And
I'm just going to carry you guys into the kitchen with me while I fill up my.
Yeah.
So then, the Monkey Boy lair.
Boy, you might have said the same. Can't wait to get older so I can do my makeup like Bananarama.
I really liked Bananarama, I must admit.
Me too.
But I think Belinda Carlisle was my favourite. Oh, and I also liked what was her name? Oh, that's going to bug me now.
Tiffany.
Tiffany I liked. I'm thinking of someone, Phillips. Wilson Phillips.
Wilson Phillips. Oh, yeah.
Wilson Phillips, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Juan asks, Monkey Boy, my birthday is 15th of December, and I also received the gifts for Christmas and for birthday as same celebration.
Yeah.
They killed two birds with one shot.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Blake suggests Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah.
I do remember her. Was that Girls Just Want to Have Fun? Yeah. Remember her.
Madonna, Ben, I liked as well.
Yeah. Ben says Xmas 83. I went nosing in my mom's wardrobe a couple of weeks beforehand to make sure I was getting an AT-AT, and I was. But she caught me. I really upset her, and I felt awful. Never did that again. Actually, I got busted when I looked at my snooker table before Christmas. It was a Friday because my grandma was out visiting, and the doorbell rang. So my mom knew they were coming, and my mom says to grandma, "Don't let him leave the room." Like, what's going on here? So I hear a lot of men talking and shuffling around and blah, blah, blah. And they put it in the spare bedroom. And then there was one day, a few days later, I thought to myself, what's in that spare bedroom that they didn't want me to see? So I went to take a peek. And then I came out and she caught me. She says, "What are you doing?" She says, "Oh, I just went for a jobby because the bathroom was across the room from there." And I know that I knew that she knew that I'd been in that room, and neither of us said anything. So on Christmas Day, I acted all surprised, but yeah, she definitely caught me. But Ben, when you said you were nosing in your mom's wardrobe, that sounds, I don't know. So this was the discussion of 83. So we've established that ITV thoroughly kicked the BBC's ass that year.
Yeah.
We've also established that was probably the pinnacle of toys for boys, given that we had some pretty decent tech in the form of computers, game consoles, but still had those tactile toys in the form of Star Wars, Transformers, He-Man. Yeah. Still hadn't found Transformers yet. That'll come, I guess, the following year. We haven't had obviously Mask hasn't appeared on the scene yet. No. Thundercats didn't appear in the catalog yet. So really, 83, we were not aware that there were toys that appeared to be cars that could turn into robots.
Yeah.
So we were still quite oblivious in 83, I guess.
It must have been the following year that they came out.
Yeah. Although for me, it was 85 was, I mean, my recollection is that 85 was the first year for the UK to really get Transformers, because I wanted Optimus Prime and he was completely sold out that year.
Yeah.
However, I did get Jetfire, which is, of course, from Wave 2. So maybe they came earlier in, earlier in 85? Maybe.
Yeah, might have done.
Because,
although I've got some Transformers that I'm sure are date stamped 83.
Those could have been from America, or the first batch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone can correct us, but I think they came out in America. I think we were always a year behind in the UK.
Right.
So I think probably during 85. So, or maybe 84, who knows? The Transformers hit the UK. But all I know is, for me, for a fact, it was Christmas 85 that I wanted Optimus Prime. He was sold out, so I ended up with Jetfire. So Ben's saying is only in search. Only a search of AT-ATs. Okay. We believe you, Ben.
Yep. If you say so.
Yep. 83 must have been my best Christmas. Got the Millennium Falcon, Bespin Han, Yoda, Bespin Luke, AT-AT Driver, and Ugnaught. Yeah. That's a fantastic haul right there.
Yeah, nice one.
So the Flying Piglets did an a cappella version of Yahoo's hit from the previous year, Vince Clarke, Elton Moyer. Absolutely, yep, only you. Yep, absolutely correct. 1980, I look under my parents' bed and saw a bag with Diacrons, Transformers, and the die-cast Shogun Warriors. I wrote on my Xmas wish list before they wrapped for Xmas. Matron. Oh, is that like a Carry On film reference or what?
Oh, Matron. Doctor, you're male. Yes, and I can prove it.
Nice haul. Yeah, nice haul indeed, Blake. I remember getting GoBots in 83. I think Transformers were early 84. Yeah, that makes sense.
It would be interesting to see the Argos catalogue from like 84, 85 to see if the Transformers showed up.
I'm sure they must have done.
And Mask as well, because that came out in 85. That was from 85 to 87.
Now, let me think about this. Now, here's how my memory works. For example, World Cups are big events that I can go to and think about what year I was in primary school and take it from there.
Yeah.
Mexico 86 was the World Cup after I just left primary school the month prior. And that means that I started high school in August of 86. And that's when I was getting Mask toys that I had to keep quiet. So I'm wondering if, again, the UK was 1 year behind America on that.
Not sure. I don't know. I know I was definitely 1 year behind because my friend had most of the Mask toys and I didn't have any of them. And I swapped all my Star Wars for all his masks. So yeah, I got into Mask a year after they were available.
But excuse me, I know that the first wave was still doing the rounds for Christmas in 86.
Yeah.
And it's quite possible. So that means, I suspect, although they came out in America in 85, we didn't get them till a year later, which, makes sense.
Yeah, that might have been the case, yeah.
We had a joke song made up from it. Looking from a window above, some basket gave me a shove. All I needed was a parachute. All I got was a DM boot. So, excuse me. Looking from a window above, some basket gave me a shove. All I needed was a pair. Hang on. Oh, I don't even know how the song goes, but that was the first line was okay. But yeah, a DM boot. Yeah, that's very 80s. Turning in, guys. It's been a blast. I'll catch the rest of the stream in the morning. Well, there's not much left to go. We really have extended our welcome here. So anyway, this was a look at Christmas 1983. And from looking at the calendar, I think the next party will be a week on Saturday because there's so much big football next week. I have a game on Thursday, which rules out this. So I think the best plan is to do it on Saturday because I think there's a World Cup game played earlier. If I can just check on the BBC here. Fixtures. So next Saturday, which is, hang on, this is what? December 8th. So today is December 8th. There's a ton of football next week that I think people are going to want to watch. But on December 17th, there's a game taking place at 3 p.m. UK, which means by 8 p.m. UK, it's all done and dusted. So the next Christmas party will be next Saturday. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. But then I have to squeeze in, hang on a minute, look at the calendar here. Today is the 8th, so 17th will be the next one. We can maybe do Tuesday the 20th and Thursday 22nd to catch up with 4 for the, yeah. But anyway, it's been an absolute pleasure. Again, Monkey Boy, you've been an absolute treat to be on the show with me.
Thank you so much.
Very much appreciate
Thanks
that.
for having me.
Right. Hello, Ben from Tree. So, yes, this was a look at 1983. I'm going to spin the wheel again to pick a year to focus on the TV and the toys of one particular year in the decade of the 80s. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was fun for everyone. There's still 23 people watching, which is quite remarkable after 4 hours and 8 minutes. Wow. Better than TV, eh? Thank you for everyone who chatted, who joined in. Thank you to the guests who joined in. It's just a shame the technical difficulties prevented everyone from staying on, but it's okay. I fully understand that. Hey to Tree. Night all you snarf wagglers. Special thanks for the super chats. That is very much appreciated and very much does help. Just a reminder, shameless plug. We've got a great giveaway coming up for the Patreon members and YouTube members, including an SH Figwarts Ben Kenobi figure. Memberships start at $1 a month, I believe. If you want to, please do. Tree is saying, thanks, gentlemen. Well, thank you. Juan, thank you, Dina Monkey Boy, for the live stream. And that's the Rio. I guess that, yeah. So he's a member on YouTube and he gets to use the Rio emoji. And Ben has left a comment that's not appearing on StreamYard yet. I'll get to that. And then, oh, here we go. Great stream, Dean. Cheers to both of you gents and all the great folks in the chat. See you next time. Yes, Ben, thank you for stopping by. And please feel free to join us next time, man. you can be hidden. Like, for example, if I do this, I'm still part of the stream, but you just can't see me. So if you want to do it this way, that's quite okay. You know, I'd love to have you on, Ben.
Absolutely. Yeah, do it.
So yeah. So next time I'm going to spin the wheel to pick a year. And maybe we can do more. So we got what? ITV versus BBC. We've got the catalogue of toys. We've got the top 10 singles. If anyone can think of anything else to think about from that year of the 80s, please do let me know. But in the meantime, thank you all for tuning in. Oh, here's Jeff. Jeff says, "Night boys, we will stream when I'm not at work." Okay, hopefully the next one will be a Saturday, so hopefully that can capture more of the American audience, because I know that the time I do this is not really that suitable for the Americans who watch. It's more like a UK time zone thing, but hopefully I can get more people watching the next one. So in the meantime, it's goodbye from me.
And it's goodbye from him.
Yes, it is. See you next time, and thank you everyone for tuning in for this first All Things 80s Christmas party of 2022. See you next time.
Bye.